Now currently we're inside the WordPress dashboard or the WordPress admin panel, and here I will make you guys familiar with all of these settings and options such as the posts, media, pages, comments, appearance, plugins, and all of these things. And even though all of these things are pretty self-explanatory, I would still explain it to you guys so you can have a better understanding of the options and features. And you also get to save some time by not having to explore all of them by yourself. And you can just start from the get-go. So here we have our dashboard, and as you can see that there are so many pop-ups here, which are here by default. It will come here after the WordPress installation. But let's not keep these pop-ups here because we don't want to work in a messy environment, right? So to make our workspace or our work environment clean, we can just close these pop-ups or minimize them. So first of all, to clear all of this, you can just click on this dismiss button to dismiss them one by one, or you could also hide or minimize them by clicking on these drop-down buttons like this. And another thing you guys can do to save more time is that go to the screen options here, so click here, and then you can just uncheck all of these from here so that they won't pop up again in your WordPress dashboard interface. So now, as you guys can see, our dashboard is completely neat and clean. But now I would like to clean up my WordPress dashboard even more, and to do that, we're going to hover on this plugins option, then click here. Now as you can see that there are already some plugins installed by default. But to make our website, we won't necessarily be needing these specific plugins, which came by default. So what we're going to do now is select all of them from here, go to the bulk actions options, and then click on deactivate. Now click on apply. And as you can see that all of them have been deactivated. Now just like before, select all of them again from here, go to bulk actions, and click on delete. Now click on apply. Now the browser pop-up is asking us if we are sure that we want to delete these plugins, and since we're sure because these plugins are not the ones that we will be using to create our website, we're just going to click on OK. There you go, all the default plugins were successfully deleted. For a much cleaner look, refresh the page again. Now as you can finally see that there are no plugins here at all. So finally we're done with the process of clearing out our default plugins. Now you might be wondering, what is a plugin? Well, plugins are basically these extra apps or extra add-on like things that extend or increase the functionality of your WordPress website. And of course for our website we will be using plugins, but the ones that we deleted just now, we didn't really need them. So now that we're done deleting the unwanted plugins, now we can finally install the plugins that we will be working with. But before that, I want to show you how you can change your WordPress password. So for that, first we will have to go to the users options and click on profile. Here you can change the admin color schemes as well. Currently it's given default, but you can change it to light, modern, blue, ocean, or any one of these you like. Now the main thing to understand from here is that if you change the admin color scheme, only the admin panel color changes, which is only visible to us. So if you change these colors, only you will be able to see the change in the admin panel. It won't be visible to the rest of the world. So for now, I'm just going to keep it default. Then from here you can scroll down, and now you can see that you can also change the language of your site as well from here. You can choose any other language, whichever one you like, your mother language or any other language that you're comfortable with. But for now, I'm just going to keep it to the site default language, which is English. Up next, you can see that you can give your name here, or you can also change the already given name anytime from here. So here, I'm just going to type my name. Now in this field, I'm going to put my last name. You can change or set your nickname as well. Now this part is very important. You can choose whichever variation of your name you like from here. But just remember that now, let's say if you write any blog post, the display name that you chose will be shown as the author's name on that blog post. So choose your display name wisely. I'm just going to choose Abir Hussain from here. Then if you want, you can change your email address from here. You can scroll down and change your WordPress profile picture from here by clicking on this blue highlighted writing. And finally, under account management, you can change your password or set your new password by clicking here. Now here, WordPress will suggest you a strong password, but you can set this password to your liking. Now I'm going to change it to something easy so that I can always remember it. So let's hide this and set our new password. Now once you're done with all these settings, you can just scroll down and click on Update Profile. And as you can see, our profile was updated. Now at this stage, I'm gonna make you familiar with two basic terms. One is the back end or the dashboard of our website, and another one is the front end of our website. Now what you've been seeing until now is the dashboard or the back end of our website, because only we can see it since we're the admin of this website. Now if you want to see the front end of the website, all you gotta do is hover on the site name here and then go to Visit Site option. I'm just going to open it in a new tab. So now if we go here, on this tab we can see the front end of our website, and the whole world can see this portion of our website as well, except for this admin panel bar that you see here, and except for that, everything else is visible to the rest of the world. And for now, our website is looking like this, but surely we will change it the way we want very soon. But currently, this is what the front end of our website looks like. So now let's go to the back end of our website. And before doing anything else, I just want to do some basic settings, and to do that, from Settings, go to General. And from here you can change your site title. So here you can put your business name. Now here I'm just going to keep it the way that it is. Then in this field you can write some tagline, but try to write something meaningful here, because this will also help you to rank on Google search engine. So here I'm just gonna write Best Web Design Agency in California. Then you don't have to mess with these URLs, just keep them the way that they are. And again, you can change the site language from here. And here's the different time zone option. If you want to have any different format, like how you want the day, month and year to be shown, you can change them from here. But I'm just going to keep everything the way they are. And for now, let's just click on Save Changes. Now the next thing I want to do is go under Settings and then go to Permalinks. Now this part is really important as well. Here you may see that the permalink default structure is set to day and name. Sometimes you might see it set as plain, but I highly recommend you to set it as post name, this one, because if you keep them as plain, you see that any of your post page link or any other page's link would look like this, which would be your website name.com, then / and then this kind of bizarre number. But if you keep your permalink structure to post name, then your other page's URL would be like this, your website name.com / then the page's name or post name, which is more human readable. And it's also good for search engine optimization. So I'm keeping it as post name, then scroll down and click on Save Changes. Okay, so the thing we were talking about, the back end and the front end of our website. So this is the back end and this is the front end of our website. So first of all, if you want to change the outlook and feel of your overall website, which is looking like this now, so to change it, you need to change the theme of your website. Now to do that, go back to the dashboard, hover on Appearance, then click on Themes. And here you'll see some themes which came by default with WordPress installation. Now for this tutorial, I'm going to use Hello Elementor theme, but you can select any other theme of your liking from here. So you can just click on Add New Theme here and add a new theme, or you can also add new theme from here. Now from here you can choose any theme of your liking, but I'm going to choose this Hello Elementor theme. So let's first install it and then click on Activate to activate it. Now if we go to the front end and refresh our page, we can see that the outlook and the feel of our website has been changed. Now initially this might look very plain and boring, but no need to worry, because that's what this tutorial is for. I'll help you create everything and make your website look fancy as much as possible and as professional as possible, step by step from scratch. Now after all of this, the first thing we need is a page builder, right? And for this tutorial we will be using Elementor Page Builder, which is completely free. To get Elementor free version, you can just go to jimfadigital.com. I'll put the link to this page in the description box down below. So from this page, if you just go under important links here, under important links, you'll see this Get Elementor free account. So just click on this and it will take you to the Elementor Pro purchase page. Now, even though we will be using Elementor free version, let me just give you a quick tour of the Elementor Pro version here. So here, if you get the Elementor Pro version, you'll get more options and features like the 82 Pro widgets, theme builder, form builder, pop-up builder, custom code and CSS, and so many other features and options. Now you can take any of these plans according to your needs, so that not only your own website, but you can also create advanced websites for your clients, such as blogs or advanced e-commerce websites, and so on, super easily. But as I said, for this particular tutorial, we'll be only using the Elementor free version. So the first thing you need to do is create a free Elementor account. Now to do that, just click on this Elementor logo here. Then from the top right corner, click on Login. And of course, first of all, you need to create a free account if you already don't have one. So from here, click on Create an Account. Then from here, you can use any of your Google, Facebook or Apple account or your email to create an account. So I'm just going to click here, continue with your email. And here you just need to put your email address and password, and then you'll be all done with creating your Elementor free version free account. But as I already have an account, I'm not going to create another one, and I'm just going to sign in with the one that I already have. So after clicking on sign in, I'm going to click on sign in with your email. Now here I'm just going to put my email and password of the account that I have already created. And then I'm just going to click on sign in. Now go back inside of your WordPress dashboard, and from here we're just going to install our Elementor plugin, okay? So for that, just go to plugins and then click on add new plugin to add a new plugin. And it will take you to the plugins page. Then from here you can search for any plugins you want to use and then install and activate it. So first of all, we're going to install Elementor Page Builder. So let's type Elementor. And here you can see the Elementor website builder. You can also see that there are more than 5 million active installations. So a lot of people are using it because it's actually really good. So from here, just click on install now. Then click on activate. Now let's add the other plugins that we will be needing for this tutorial and for our website. So from here, from the search bar, let's search for Elements Kit Lite. Now install this one. And to save our time, let's activate all of the plugins that we are installing together in the end. So for now, let's just keep on installing the ones that we need. Now search for Essential Add-ons. Now install this one. Then search for Jeg Elementor and install this one. And lastly, search for Metform, then install it. Now to activate all the plugins that we've installed together, go to Installed Plugins under Plugins. Now from here, by clicking here, select all of them. Then from Bulk Actions, click on Activate and then Apply. Now this onboarding may appear, so just click on Next. Then click on Next again and again. Skip this part and then click Next. For now, let's just skip this part. Now let's go back to our plugins page again. And here, as you can see, that all the plugins that we have installed have been successfully activated. So now finally we're done with our plugin setup section. Now let's go to the most exciting part, which is Elementor Page Builder. And I'll be showing you guys the true power of Elementor Page Builder by creating our super cool, awesome pages. So to first make our web pages super cool and awesome, we do need some pages, right? So for that, go to this Pages option. And here you'll see some dummy pages which were here by default, but since we don't need these pages, let's select all of them together just like before. Then go to Bulk Actions, click on Move to Bin and then Apply. Now I want to create our website's homepage first. So to do that, just click on this Add New Page option. Now let's give a title to our page, which is Home. Then from the top right corner, click on Publish, then click on Publish again. By the way, let me show you guys something interesting first. So now if we go to the front end of our website, you can see that we're at the default domain, right? But we can't really see the home page that we just created. It's showing archives, which is the blog post archives. Now you might be wondering why we can't see our home page here, right? And that is because by default WordPress shows all the blog posts on the homepage, which is the default settings of WordPress. But we don't want to show the blog posts at our homepage, right? We want a custom homepage on the default URL. And just for that, we have created this homepage. Now all we need to do is set this homepage as the default homepage of our website. And to do that, let's now go to WordPress. So just click on this WordPress icon. Then from under settings, go to reading. Now you guys can see that here it says your homepage displays your latest posts. And this choice is the reason why our homepage was showing posts instead of a page, and specifically our homepage. So now to change that, select this a static page option, and then in the homepage select home. This is the page that we just created, right? So now if we select it, then in the homepage, our just created homepage will be shown as the default homepage instead of the blog posts. So now just simply click on Save Changes. Now if we go to the front end of our website and then refresh it, we can notice the homepage that we just created, right? And currently it's nothing fancy because we just created it and our homepage is completely blank, but now you can clearly understand how you can set a page to your default homepage. So now let's go back to the WordPress dashboard. Then from Pages, go to All Pages. Now up next, I will make you guys understand how the Elementor page builder actually works, which is a very fun page builder to work with. So from here, just go to the homepage that we created. So click on Edit. And then from here on, of course, we want to edit our homepage with Elementor page builder. So from here, just click on Edit with Elementor, which will take us within Elementor page builder. Now let's just close this pop-up. And now we're finally inside of Elementor page builder. And here is where the actual fun begins. So first things first, let me now introduce you all to this whole interface here that you see. And this writing that you see here is actually the header of our website, which is coming from our Hello Elementor theme. And then at the bottom, we can also see the footer, which is also coming from the Hello Elementor theme. And here, what you see is our main canvas. And this is where we will be creating our pages for our website. Now on the left side, all these things that you see are actually the Elementor elements or the Elementor widgets. Like for instance, here you can see the heading widget, image widget, text editor, video button, and all these widgets. Just name it and you'll find it here. But these are actually the free ones. Now if you scroll down and look at these widgets, you can see that they have a lock icon, right? That is because these widgets are only available to the Pro users. I mean the Elementor Pro version users. So if you install the Elementor Pro version, you will also get access to these Pro widgets as well, like the gallery, animated headline, price list, price table, and all of these other widgets. And not only these widgets, but you can also get access to advanced functions like e-commerce functions, blog functions, and so many other Pro functions. But as I have already said earlier, that for this tutorial I will only be using Elementor free version. So we will just be working with these ones and other free widgets that we can find here. So now let me continue with giving you guys a basic idea how this amazing page builder works. So first of all, in this canvas, we need to take a structure, and for that I'm just going to click on this plus icon, then choose the flexbox layout, then choose this structure which is column directed. Now of course you can always use all kinds of other structures as well, but for now I'm just going to make you guys understand how this canvas or the overall mechanic works, so that's why I just took the simple one. So inside of our canvas we have taken a container, because this is a container, right? Now to change the height of your container, you can scroll or drag this minimum height wheel here. So you can drag it to the right, and as you can see that the height of your container will increase, whereas if you drag it to the left, the height of your container will decrease. It's as simple as that. So let me increase the height just a little bit. So everything within this area is your container inside your canvas. So now I'm just gonna keep it as 500 pixels. So you can also manually put the value of your minimum height of your container from here. So let's just write 500. And for the moment, I'm going to keep justify content to center. Of course, I will be explaining these things later on, but now if I explain everything all together at once, it might be a bit confusing for you guys. So just hang tight with me and you will get to know everything. Now let's say if you want to give your container a different background color, you can also do that. And for that, you just simply need to go to the Style tab here. Then from background type, choose this classic option, then click on this color picker. And from here on, you can select any color that you want and you can play with all these other colors as well. But for now, I'm just going to take this black color. Now let's just click outside. Now within this area or this container, if you want to add any widgets or Elementor elements, you can just click on this plus icon. Or you can also do another thing and you can just click on this Rubik's Cube looking icon and you will get the same results, because no matter whichever one you click, all these elements will be here at your disposal. So now let's say if you want to add a heading to your container, all you gotta do is click and press on this heading, then drag it over here and then drop it. And there you go, now your container has a heading. Now if you want, you can change the text of your heading from here by triple clicking over it, or you could also change it from here, this title field. So here I'm just gonna write Jinfa Digital. Now if you want to do some styling with this text, you just gotta go to the Style tab. You can then change the title's alignment from here. So as you can see that right now by default it's left aligned, this one, but you can make it to center aligned or right aligned. Now I'm just gonna keep it center for now. And then from here you can also change the text color, which is by default getting this cyan bluish color. But just like before, you can just click on this color picker and then choose any color of your liking from here. So for now I'm just going to keep it as white. And then from this typography option, you can click on this pencil icon and then change the font family to any other fonts. Here you can get access to all the free Google fonts. You can just select any of them. For example, if we select this font, as you can see that instantly the font of this title has changed as well. How cool is that? And also you can just go to this fonts family and search for any other font in this search bar. So here I'm just going to search for one of my favorite fonts, which is Poppins. So now let's select this one. Then you can increase the size of your title by dragging this size bar to the right. And you can also decrease the size by dragging it to the left. Then you can also make the writing bolder or thinner by selecting any of these. Now if I make it extra light, you can see that the writing is so thin and lightweight. And then if you from here select extra bold, you can see that the writing has instantly changed to thick or heavyweight. Then you can make the writing all uppercase or lowercase or whatever you like from this transform option. So for now I'm just gonna make it capitalized. You can also switch the style from here. You can make it italic. Now for now I'm just going to keep it, from style I'm just going to keep it normal. And just like that you can play with all of these options, and after that these options come very handy as well. For instance, if you drag this wheel here, this letter spacing wheel, then the space between the letters, as you can see, is increasing. If you drag the wheel to the right, of course. And then if you drag the wheel to the left, then the space between the letters, each of the letters, it's decreasing. And also if you drag this word spacing wheel, you see that the space between the words are increasing. And then if you drag it to the left, then the space between the words will decrease as well. Now aren't these features super handy? Now let's say if you want to add another heading or another widget under this heading, then you will have to go to the widget section again. So now let's say I just want to add some text underneath this heading. So from here you will just need to drag this text editor underneath of this heading right here. And currently, as you can see, that a dummy text is given here, and just like before you could change it by triple clicking over here, or you could also change it from this title field or this text field. Then if you want to do some styling of this widget, then you need to go to the Style tab. And just like before, you can change the alignment to center aligned or right aligned. So now let's just keep it centered. And again, you can change the text color by clicking on this color picker and then choosing the color that you want. And then you guys can go to the typography option, and we have already played with all these features, so you guys already know what all of these things do. Now I'm just gonna increase its size a little bit, so let's drag it to the right and let's keep it this way. Now again, let's say you want to add a button underneath this text, so you just need to go to the widget section again by clicking here. And here, as you can see, that there is this button widget, so just like before, drag this button widget and then drop it under here. Now let's say you want this button to say something else. So for that you just need to go to this text field and write whatever you want the button to say in this text field here. Like for instance, you want your button to say contact now. And then within this link field, let's say if I write https://jimfastdigital.com, which is our main website. Now clicking on this button will take the website visitors to this website. And again, for the button you can do some styling settings from the style tab, and you can set its alignment to center. And from here you can also play with the typography, the background color of your button, the text color, and all these things. For example, let's say we want the background color of our button to be another color other than this green color. So just click on this color picker and let's go and select another color. So let's select this one. So now this is our button's color. Now let me show you guys something more interesting. Now as you can see that normally this button has this color, right? That we just set up right now. But let's say when I hover over this button, I want it to change its color. So what do I do for that? To do that, simply just go to this hover tab, this one. Now from under hover, you can just click on this color picker of this color. Now let's say I'm just going to take this red color. And now let's have a look at the magic. So as you can see that in the normal state, our button has this purplish color, right? But now if we hover over it, you see it's instantly turning red. Isn't that cool? So this is the basic concept of normal and hover colors and the overall features of the container. Now let's say if you want to edit or change any of the elements or widgets that you have already put in your container, you can simply just click on that. And no matter which one you select, you'll most probably always get these three tabs, which are Content, Style, and Advanced. Now let's say for any of your content of your container or page, for example for this text editor, let's say I want to put some space on the top and bottom of this widget. So what do I do now? We'll just simply need to go to the Advanced tab, and from here we can put the margin values specifically where we need the space in. So from here let's just unlink the values. And as I said earlier, let's say we want to add some space to the top. So for that we need to put a value to the top margin, right? So let's say I'm going to put 20 pixels of top margin. Now as you see, just as I put the value over this top margin, we got the top space over our widget. Now let's say I want some more space at the bottom. So from here you just need to set the bottom value. So I'm just going to set it to 15 pixels, or let's say we want to put it to 30 pixels. Now see how much space we got under this widget of ours? And this is how you can play with the spaces of the elements from this Advanced tab. So the simple summary is, if you go to this Content tab, then you can change the text or link or any other thing related to that widget's contents. And by going under its Style tab, you can change any of its styles like its alignment, text color, typography, or any other thing related to its style. And then from Advanced tab you will find these space settings and all these other advanced settings as well. And this is basically the main concept. And then let's say you have changed your mind and there's some elements or widgets in your container that you don't want them there. So for that you can just simply right click over that element. So from here you can just right click over here or here, and from there you can just delete it. It's as simple as that. Now since I'm done explaining the basic concepts of the Flexbox container, I'm just going to close it by clicking on this X, and then our canvas is as good as new. Of course, we will be creating our whole website from scratch, step by step by using Elementor Page Builder, but this kitpapa.com is for those people who want to create their website super fast. Okay? So here, let me just give you a quick tour of kitpapa.com. Here if you scroll down, you will find all the ready-made template kits for different types of websites. It could be any website for education, SEO agency, sports and fitness, food and restaurant, photography, you name it, you will find every category here. And not only your website, but you can also create website for your clients by using kitpapa.com's template kits just within a few clicks. So here, let me just give you a quick example. Let's say you've got a client who is a lawyer, okay? And he wants his website to be made really fast. Then for that, you can just go inside of this lawyer category. And here within this category page, you'll find different types of ready-made kit for the lawyer category. So here, I'm just gonna go inside of this kit. So now let's just have a look here. And now one of the most interesting things about kitpapa.com is that before even purchasing any website template kits, you can actually preview the whole website from here. Just click on this live demo button. Then you can see everything within this beautiful iframe. Then you can check all the pages, all the sections, the mesmerizing designs and effects, and pro widgets as well. And from here you can also go to other pages from the same place. And not only that, you can also check the responsiveness of the website template kit. You can just check the tablet view from here. It's looking stunning. You can also check the mobile view from here. This is how it's looking on the mobile view. So you can check everything from here up front before even buying it. And then if we go out, you can also check all the details about this kit here. And another useful thing is that with each of the kit, you'll also find a video installation guide here. So instead of watching this 3 to 4 hour long tutorial, if you want to make your or your client's website really fast, you can just follow this 3-minute long video guide. So if you play it, as you can see, it's only 3 minutes and 21 seconds long. So just by following this short video, you can install and activate and make your website or your client's website live, okay? Then if you scroll up, you can see that the template kit price is only $14.99, which is really affordable because you see, you can create this kind of multi-page website and you can charge your clients easily a couple $1,000s for that. So this could be a big win for you. And let's say if you're an agency or a freelancer and you need to create a lot of websites frequently for your clients, then you can actually take their buy all package, and as you can see right now there is discount going on. So if you click on buy all or grab the deal, so from here instead of purchasing each kit separately, you can get full access to all their already made existing template kits as well as the future ones. So if you scroll down, you see that you'll be able to get more than 180 premium kits, and they also add more than 10 kits every month. So if you grab this deal, then you'll get access to all these existing premium kits as well as more than 10 new kits per month which are yet to come, only for $49, which is more than a great deal if you ask me. Also, now let's go back to homepage. And here for this particular tutorial, basically we will be creating a website which will look like this. So here let's search for digitize. And here's the kit, so let's click on it. And like I said, of course I will show you how to create this website from scratch step by step. But now I just want to show you that if you don't want to follow this tutorial and if you just purchase this kit, how easily you can install this kit on your website. So here let's just say if you wanna purchase this kit, you just need to click on add to cart and you need to pay them $15. And right after purchasing this kit, you'll basically get a zip file just like this. And you need to import that kit to your WordPress website. That's all you gotta do. So now you have both the options. If you don't have time and you want to create this website super fast, you could just buy the template kit and through this template kit get your website ready just within a few minutes with a few clicks, or you could follow along with the whole tutorial video. So now let's go back and create our whole website from scratch by using Elementor Page Builder. Now since we'll be creating a light themed website, so make our Elementor light themed as well. So to do that, just go to this hamburger icon and after clicking on it, go to user preferences. Here you'll find all these settings. So from here, I'm just gonna change the UI theme to light. As you can see that our panel color has changed to light as well. And we'll understand these settings as well in the future. But for now, let's just save this by clicking on update. And then let's go outside. Also, to make our workspace more neat and clean, we can do another thing, which is just go to this settings option, click here, and from page layout, select Elementor canvas. So you see now our whole canvas is totally clear. We won't even be having the header and footer to distract us while we're working with our canvas, right? And now finally I'm going to show you guys how you can create an amazing website just like the one that you saw on kitpapa.com step by step from scratch by using Elementor Page Builder. So let's start by creating our hero banner area or our parent banner. And as you guys already know that to create any structure, first of all we need to click on this plus icon, then choose Flexbox. So here we can select any of the available structures. For now I'm just gonna choose this one. Now you can always just change the structure that you put. So as you guys just saw that I chose the structure which is column directed. But from here, from this direction field, you can click on here and it won't be column directed structure anymore. Now let's keep these default values as they are, but from additional options, let's change the overflow to hidden. Here, overflow basically means whenever you do any work inside your container, sometimes the styling or any widgets that you put might have effects that might overflow outside of your container, the one that you're working with, right? So to prevent that from happening, you can set the overflow to hidden so that your effects don't overflow outside of your container's body. Now let's do the styling of our container. Then from under Style tab, go to Background, and here let's choose the background type as Classic. Now here we're gonna put an image, a background image in this container. So for that you'll need to choose an image by clicking on this plus icon. Now if you guys are following along with the whole tutorial and you want to put the exact images that I'm using in this tutorial, you can just go back to jimfadigital.com. Then from under important links, you'll see this link here, download the resources I've used in the tutorial. So if you click here, you'll get a download link to all the images that I'll be using in this tutorial. So let's go back to Elementor and now choose our image by clicking on this plus icon. As you can see that currently we don't have any media here, we don't have any images here. So for that you'll need to go to Upload Files and click on Select Files. So when you download the resources that I've used in this tutorial, you'll basically find these two folders, which is Images and Templates. So if you enter this Images folder, here you'll find all the images that I'll be using in this tutorial. Now you can select each image one by one to upload them in Elementor, or you can do another thing. You can just press and hold Ctrl or Command if you're using Mac, and then press A to select all the images at once. Then click on Open. And as you can see that all of the images will be uploaded in this field, which is the media library of Elementor. Now as you can see, all the images have been uploaded. So for now, our background image, let's choose this black image here, then click on Select. Now as you can see that our images will be uploaded here. So currently our parent banner has a background image, and that is why our container has turned completely black. Now let's do some settings for our image here. So let's make the position to top right, then repeat to no repeat, then display size to cover. So we're all done with the styling. Now let's go to the Advanced tab. Here unlink the padding values, then set the top padding to 250, keep right to 0, bottom to 150, and left to 0 as well. Now inside of our parent banner container, let's take another container. And you guys already know that to take any widget, you'll need to click on this plus icon or this Rubik's Cube icon. So let's click here and let's drag this container over here. Now as you guys can see that we already had one container and inside of it we took another container. So if all the containers are gonna have the same name, it might be a little too confusing to work with, right? And exactly for that reason, we're gonna rename our containers so that we don't get them mixed up between each other. So now let's rename the first container as our parent banner container, and let's rename the one inside it as our hero banner container. Now change its content width to full width, then direction to row. Keep the gaps in their default values. Then we don't really need to do any styling settings for this container, so let's go to the Advanced tab. And here just set the z-index value to 2. Now you guys might be wondering, what is a z-index value? Well, to put it in simple terms, whenever any element's z-index value is higher than any other element, then the one with the higher value, the higher z-index value, will always be more visible and prominent over the one which has less z-index value. So let's say if we do any settings on this parent banner container, let's say we do that settings in this whole field over here, and then we add any effects or anything on this hero banner container, then over the effects of this parent banner container, we'll be able to see the effects of this hero banner container, this one. Because this container's z-index value is higher than its parent banner container's z-index value. And that's the main z-index value concept. Now inside this hero banner container, this one, let's add another container from here. Now drag this container widget here. Then let's rename it as our heading and text container, because this container will have the headings and texts of our hero banner. Now we don't need to do any settings with this container. So up next, let's add a heading to our container. So click on this plus icon and then drag this heading widget over here. Now let's put a dummy heading in this field. So let's write creative thinking. Then go to the style tab. Now currently it's given this default color, but we're gonna change the text color to white. Then go outside and let's do the typography settings. So click on this pencil icon, then set the font family to Bilbo Swash Caps. So just write Bilbo and then choose this one. Then set the size to 35 pixels, weight to 400. Then letter spacing to 3.5. Then click outside, and for now we're all done with our heading. Now again let's click on this Rubik's Cube icon, then search for heading, then select and drag this jacket heading under here. Now I'm just gonna put some dummy titles in the title field. Now I'm back after putting the dummy titles. Now from focus title display, let's change it to inline. Then go to style tab. Go back to content. And here you'll see this separator here. So let's turn it off because we don't need it. So turn the show separator to no. Then let's go to the style tab. Then click on this title drop down. And to do typography settings again, click on this pencil icon. Then set the font family to Ubuntu. This one. Set the size to 55 pixels. Weight to 700. Line height to 1.3 em. So let's change the line height scale to em first. And then set the value to 1.3 em. Now click outside. And from color, click on this color picker. Then set the color to white by dragging this color wheel to the top left corner. There you go. Now click outside and then go to focus title. Set the color style to gradient, background type to gradient as well. Then click on this color picker, and here we are going to put a custom color code. So for that, in this field you can just click over here, or you can just type in your keyboard, and I'm just gonna give it a color code of 5F39FF. Then click outside. Now choose the second color from here, and let's also give it a custom color code. Now type 20D9A1. Okay, now click outside. Now change the angle value to 90 degrees. Then let's go to the advanced tab, and here unlink the margin values. Now set the top margin to -10 and bottom to -15. Okay, and just like that we're all done with the jacket heading widget here. Now let's go to widgets again and then drag this text editor widget under here. Now go to its style tab and let's also give it a custom text color. So here write D9 D9 D9. Then go outside and inside of typography, now set the size to 18 pixels. Then go to the advanced tab. Here unlink the margin values and only set the bottom margin to 20. So now we're done with the headings and texts. Now let's put a button underneath here. So go to widgets, then drag this button under here. So in the text field, let's write explore now. Then go to style tab, and from under normal tab, change the text color to white. Then background type to gradient, and give the first color a custom color code, which is 20D9A1. Now go back, then choose the second color from here, and then in this field write 5F39FF. Then go back again, and in angle set the value to 90 degrees. Then set the border type to solid, all of the border width to 0 pixels, and from here choose the color picker. Then set the border color to 20D9A1. Go out, and let's do the hover settings because we want our button to be interactive and have a cool effect when we hover over it. So again, set the background type to gradient, choose this color picker, and then here write 5F39FF. Then go out, choose the second color from here, and give it a custom color code of 20D9A1. Now go out, and again set the angle to 90 degrees. There you go. Now let's see, so currently we have this color while our button is in normal state, but if we hover over it, then you see we have this cool gradient effect. Awesome! Now minimize our heading and text container because we're all done here. And let's add another container under here. So you can just drag a container under here, or from here you can right click over this hero banner container and then click on add new container. Actually this container went outside of our hero banner container, but we want it inside our hero banner container after our heading and text container. So let's drag it over here, and there it is. Now let's rename this container our images container, because in this container we will have the banner images. So from layout, change the content width to boxed, then direction to row. Now go to advanced tab because we don't need to do any styling here. Then unlink the margin values and only set the top margin to 65 pixels. Okay, now inside of this image container, let's take an image widget. So from here, drag this image widget over here. Then click here to choose an image. So let's choose this one. Click on select. And there you go. Our image has been successfully uploaded here. Now go to its style tab because we do need to do some styling for this image. So here let's change the width scale to pixel scale and then make it to 300 pixels. Okay, then change the border type to solid and set all of the border width to 10 pixels. Then click on the color picker of border color. And here give it a custom color code of 3A3A3A. Now go outside. Then set all the border radius to 550 pixels. There you go. Now go to the advanced tab. Here unlink the margin values and keep all the margin to 0 pixels. Then set the z-index value to 2. Now here to make our banner image look more cool, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some cool animation effects on this image. And don't worry, you won't need to do any kind of coding for this image to have a cool animation because I've done all the work for you already. So now to put the effect, all you need is first take a container. So you can take a drag container from here, or from under here you can click on this plus icon, then just choose a structure, and inside of this container click on this plus icon. Then in the widgets field search for HTML and then drag this HTML widget here. Now you can put this HTML container or HTML widget anywhere in your website because only you, the creator of your website, or the person who is working in the backend can only see this widget. People who are visiting your website from the front end won't be able to see this widget. So it doesn't matter where you put it, but just to be more organized, I put it in the end, so that it will always be in the end of what I'm working with. And now to finally put the custom code for the animation, what you need to do is go to jimfadigital.com, and here just simply go here. You see this animation pulse CSS, so just copy this CSS code snippet from here until here. Then right click over it, click on copy, then go back to Elementor. And in this HTML code field, right click and then click on paste. And your HTML code has been pasted here. Now you might be wondering, since I've already pasted the HTML code snippet, why isn't the animation still working? Well, that's because to activate the animation or the effect of the HTML code snippet, you'll need a CSS class name, which you will need to put inside of this CSS classes here. So simply just go back to jimfadigital.com again. And here under this animation pulse CSS that we just copied, you see this animation pulse CSS class. You just simply need to copy this whole CSS class name, right click over it, click on copy, go back to Elementor, and in this CSS classes field, right click and then click on paste. And there it is. You see how easily you could just activate such a cool effect. And I assure you there's more to come. I'll show you so many more other amazing effects, so just stick with me and watch the whole tutorial. Okay, now here scroll down and go to this border dropdown and make the border type to none, then set all the border radius to 500 pixels. So now we're done with this image, our hero image. Also, let's rename it as our hero image 1. Okay, now just like before, let's go to the widgets. Then again, drag this image widget under here. Beside this one. Let's rename this as our hero image 2. Now let's choose an image from here. Let's choose this image. Click on select. And there you go. Now just go to its style tab. Then change the width scale to pixel. Then put the value of 380 pixels. There you go. Now from under here, put all the border radius to 550 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values, and make the top padding to 50 while the left padding to 10. Then from down here, make the position to absolute. Then horizontal orientation to this one, right, and offset value to -80 pixels. Then vertical orientation to top and its offset value to -150 pixels. Now for this one, we're also gonna put a cool effect on it, but let's give it a different effect. So now simply just go back to jimfadigital.com here. Then from under here, copy this animation wobble CSS code snippet, this one. So let's copy from here and then until here. Then right click over it and click on copy. Now go back to Elementor, and here you guys already know what to do. Just go to the HTML widget, this one. And then here, after this bracket that you see here, so just click over it, and here make some space to put the new animation effect or the code snippet that you just copied. Press enter, 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 enter. So now we have this space, and let's just paste our code snippet right here. So right click over here and click on paste. And just like before, to activate the animation effect, we need to go to this hero image, and from its advanced tab, you need to put a CSS class name here in this field. So go back to jimfadigital.com, then copy this animation class name, which is animation wobble. So let's copy it from here till here. Now right click over it, click on copy, then go back to home, and here put the CSS class name. So right click over it and click on paste. And there you go. So now this image has a pulse animation, whereas this image has a wobble animation. Cool. Now from advanced tab, go to its background, so this drop down, and here choose the background type of classic. Then let's choose an image. So here let's choose this hero border 1 image. So let's click on select, and now you see there's this border in the background of this image. Now we just need to do a little bit of setting for this one. So if we scroll down here, you'll see these options, and from here set the position to custom. Then only change the Y position to 30 pixels, and scroll down and set repeat to no repeat. Then display size to custom as well, and under here set the width value to 91%. There you go. See how cool it looks? By the way, since Elementor is an online page builder, so always remember to save your work by clicking on this update button right here. Otherwise, you might lose your work and your progress, so it's always safe to just update and save your work every now and then. There's no harm in just giving this button a click, right? So now let's minimize this container because we're done with it. For now, let's actually close this whole hero banner or pan container. Now under this one, we have this HTML container. Also, let's rename it as our HTML container. And now between these two, let's take another container. So click on this plus icon, choose the flexbox layout, then this row directed structure, and from here set the justify content settings to center, then go to its advanced tab, unlink the margin values and only set the top margin to -2. Then unlink the padding values and set all the padding values to 0. Then inside of it, let's take another container. Oh, and also let's name this container, the parent container of this one that we just took a minute ago. So I've just renamed it as our float icon container because I'm going to be putting an icon which will be floating in this container, which is not that big of a deal, but it will increase the beauty of our hero banner section. So now for the next container that we took, let's click over it and then set the content width to full width, width scale to pixel, and set the value to 125. Then go to its style tab, and from its background drop down, let's select the background type to classic, and let's choose an image. So from here, let's choose this image, which is the mouse background. So let's select it. Now set the position to center, repeat to no repeat, and display size to contain. Then click on its plus icon, and from here drag this icon widget over here. Now from its content, let's select an icon, so choose this icon library, and here search for mouse solid. So after searching for mouse solid, let's select this icon, which is the mouse solid icon. Click on insert, and there you have it. Now go to its style tab, then from under normal choose this color picker and set it to white. Now go back and set the size to 26 pixels. There you go. Now go to advanced tab, and here we are gonna also put another CSS class name here, and for that before we need to add the code snippet. So go to gymfadigital.com, and from here select and copy this whole mouse animation CSS code snippet. So from here until here, and then right click over it and click on copy. Now go back to Elementor, then go to the HTML widget, and here again after this bracket make some space just like before. Then here just right click over it and click on paste. Now go to this icons advanced tab, and to put a class name here, let's go to gymfadigital.com. Then from here copy this CSS class name, which is mouse animation, and then right click over it. Click on copy, go back to home, then right click over CSS class's name and click on paste, and there you go. So now if we click outside here, as you can see, this is how it looks. Now let's save our work by clicking on update. Alright, so now this is how our banner section looks in the PC view. So if anyone visits our website from any desktop or PC, then they will get to see our website as this. But let's say if someone enters our website from a tablet or mobile device, of course they will see a different story, right? And for that reason we need to do responsive settings so that people can visit our website effortlessly no matter what device they're using. So for that, just go down here and click on this responsive mode. And as you can see that currently we're in the desktop view, but now let's do the tab settings, which is the tablet portrait. So let's do the responsive settings of that. Now just click over this tablet portrait, and here let's start from the beginning. There's not much we need to do here. We are just going to tweak some settings here and there. So first of all, let's select this parent banner container. And then from its advanced settings, the advanced tab, let's unlink the padding values first. Then set the top padding to 160 pixels and bottom padding to 150 pixels. Now go inside the parent banner container and choose this hero banner container. So as you can see that currently our images and writing are all here, but the space is not that much, which is why our image is getting cut off. So let's put them one by one and set them in a manner so that they will show one after another one. So go to the layout tab, and from here set the direction to column. See? Now first we have the heading and text container, and then we have the image container. So now let's do the heading containers settings first. So inside of hero banner container, select this heading and text container. Then from its advanced tab, set its z-index value to 4. Then go inside of it and choose this heading. Now go to its advanced tab, unlink the margin values and set the bottom margin to -10. Now select the JK heading, this one. Then go to its advanced tab, and from here unlink the margin values again, then set the bottom margin to -10. Now let's minimize this one and select this images container, and from its advanced tab unlink the values of margin and then only set the top margin value to 150 pixels. There you go. Now go inside the images container and select hero image 2. Then from its advanced tab, set its horizontal oriental offset to 20%. So first change the pixel scale to percentage scale and then put the value of 20%. So now we're done with the tab view. Let's do the mobile responsive settings. So click on this mobile portrait, and here again choose the parent banner container first. Then from its advanced tab, unlink the padding values and set the top padding to 142 pixels, then bottom padding to 80. Now go inside of heading and text container, then select the JKit heading, this one. Then unlink its margin values and set the bottom margin to -22. Now inside of images container, which is this one, select hero image 1. And from its style tab, set its width value to 247 pixels. Now select hero image 2 and set its horizontal orientation offset to 0%. Then scroll down and select this background drop down. Then again scroll down and select its Y position. So here put the value of 30 pixels. And with that, we're all done with the mobile responsive settings as well. And this is how it's looking. And we already did the settings for the tab view, which is also looking great. So now let's close this responsive mode and update our work up until now. Alright, so now before going any further, I want to show you guys something really important. So let's say if we select this heading and go to its style tab, you guys may remember that we did a lot of settings for its typography, right? So from typography, we've changed its font family, then its size, its weight, letter spacing, and whatnot. Now, just like this, if you want to reuse any color or any fonts or font settings that you have already used over and over again on your website, there's actually a more efficient and a better way to do it. Now, let's say for this heading, we have used this font family, right? So in future, if we make any other sections of our website, we would want to reuse this font family again and again. So to save your time and doing the same settings over and over again, or let's say you don't like this font anymore, okay? And after a month, probably you just want to change the fonts and colors of the elements of your website. So if you change the colors and fonts and other settings of each of the elements one by one, it would take you so much time, and basically you will be creating the whole website all over again, which can be so time consuming, and you will just be in a very big hassle, which is a huge waste of time. So now what if I tell you that you could actually change the color of your heading or any kind of other settings regarding the styling of an element from one place and one place only? Wouldn't that be a life and time saver for you? And that's where the global settings comes in. So to select the settings of all of your headings or the selected ones that you want, you can use the global setting feature to do that in a very short amount of time. So to do that, just go to this hamburger icon, click here. Then from here, let's go to site settings. Then you'll find this global settings, okay? And from here, let's just say, let's go to the global colors. You can change the system colors from here, and you can also add your custom colors in this field here. So whenever you feel like using any kind of colors, you could just use them from here because you already have these colors at your disposal. And let's say if you want to change the outlook and feel of your website and change the colors and typography settings of your website as well, so you can just change them from this global settings. And after that, everything in your website will be changed as well, and you won't have to do all the settings one by one individually. So now for our website, let's change the system colors first, and then we can also put some other custom colors that we want for our website. So first, let's change the primary global color. From here, let's just choose this color picker, and in this field, let's put a custom color code. So I'm gonna put 3A3A3A. Okay, now go back. Then let's select the secondary color, and here let's write 20D9A1. Okay, so the secondary color is ready as well. Now go back and select this text color, and in this field let's write 727272. Now go back and select this accent color, then here write 5F3 9FF. There you go. Let's go back. So we're done with putting the system colors. Let's add some other custom colors of our own. So let's click on add color, and let's name the first color as our white color. Then choose this color picker, and from here just scroll it over here. You'll get this 6 Fs, which is the white color. Now let's add our second color, and let's name this our black color. So let's choose this color picker, and from here let's drag this wheel to here. You'll get 6 zeros, which is the black color. Now let's add our last color, which is going to be a gray color, so let's rename it as gray color. Then from the color picker, in this field let's write D9 D9 D9, and there you have it. Now go back. Since we're all done here, let's click on update, then go back and select global fonts. Now let's set our fonts. So first of all, let's go do the primary settings. From here, click on this pencil icon and set the font family to Ubuntu, this one. set its size to 50 pixel, weight to 700, and then line height, change the pixel scale to EM, then put the value of 1.3. Now go back. And whatever settings you do here, you'll see the preview here, of course. So let's do the secondary font settings. Let's set its font family to Bilbo Swash Caps, so just write Bilbo and select this one. Then set the size to 35 pixels, weight to 400, let's keep it 400. Then make its line height to 1.2 EM. There you go. So we're done here as well. Now go to the text one, so click here. Set the font family to Ubuntu again, then size to 16 pixels and line height to 1.6 EM. Now go back, and for the last one, this accent one, again set the font family to Ubuntu, size to 16 pixels and line height to 1.6 EM again. Okay, so we're done here as well. Let's save our work, then go back and let's do the settings for typography. So from under body, change the text color by clicking on this color picker, and let's set a custom color code of 727272. Then go out, and inside of typography, set the font family to Ubuntu, size to 16 pixels, weight to 400, and line height to 1.6 EM. Now go back. Then from under link, set this color to global accent color, which we just did the setting of a few minutes ago. So let's select this global accent color. Then go to its typography and only set the size to 16 pixels, then weight to 400. Now go back. Then for H1 color, which is the heading 1. So by clicking on this globe icon, select the global primary color, then go to its typography and set the size to 70 pixels and weight to 700, then line height to 1.3 EM. Now go back and go to heading 2. So here set the color to global primary again, then go to typography and set the size to 48 pixels, then weight to 700 and line height to 1.3 EM. Now go out, and for H3, set the color to global primary color again, and inside of typography, set the family to Bilbo Swash Caps, write Bilbo, then choose this one, then set its size to 35 pixels, weight to 400, and letter spacing to 3.5 pixels. Then we're done here. Now go to H4, so set its color to global primary, then go to typography, set the family of font to Ubuntu, then set the size to 22 pixels, weight to 700, and line height to 1.3 EM. Alright, now for H5, set the color to global primary again, then inside typography, set the font family to Ubuntu, size to 18 pixels, weight to 700, and line height to 1.3 EM. And we're done. We won't be needing a heading 6 for our website, so let's update our work. And actually, the most useful part about global settings is that not only can you set the colors and typography of the desktop view, but you can also do the responsive settings from here. So for example, let's say we're going to heading 1. So let's go inside of its typography. And here, as you can see, that the size is given to 70 pixels, which will be the size of heading 1 in the desktop view. But let's say we want to give it another size so that it would fit effortlessly in the tab or mobile responsive view. You can do that from here. Just simply click on this icon and then switch to tab. And here, let's set the size to 60 pixels. There you go. Just like this, let's change the size of heading 2. So from here, click on this typography and set the size to 44 pixels. Then go back, and for the other headings, we won't really need to do anything else because the size of those headings are already really small. so they will have no hard time fitting in the mobile responsiveness. But let's do the responsive settings for the other headings again. So from here, go to heading 1's typography, and by clicking on this icon, switch to mobile portrait. Then set its size to 50 pixels. Now go back, and for H2, let's set the size to 38 pixels. And for the last one, for H3, let's set the typography size from here. So let's set it to 30 pixels. And we're all done. Now let's save our work. So after all that, we're done with the typography as well. Now close the responsive mode and let's go back. And this is the last global settings that we need to do of our buttons. So click on these buttons. Then from here, go to its typography. Set the family to Ubuntu. Size to 16 pixels. Weight to 500. And then line height to 1 EM. Now go back. And from under the normal tab, let's change the text color to global accent color, this one. And from under background type, so choose this color picker. And from here, let's drag this one, this color wheel, and take it to the most left so that it will be completely transparent. Now go back, then set the border type to solid and border width to 1 pixels, all of them. Now set the border color to global accent color and border radius to 100 pixels, all of them. Now go under hover tab. Here change the text color to global white color, then background type to gradient and color to global secondary color. Then choose the second color and from here choose global accent color. Then from angle, set its value to 90 degrees. And there you go. So this is how our buttons are looking now. Now let's update our work from here. And we're all done with the global settings. So let's go outside. Let's click on this cross. And now that we have done our global settings, making our website will be super fast and super easy, because we won't have to do these settings over and over again for each and every other element. Bravo everyone! Okay, so now to make our banner look cooler, let's add some other background images or objects in the background. So first of all, let's choose our parent banner container, this one. Let's go inside it. Now here inside the parent banner container, let's take an image. So just drag this image over here. Oops, it has gone into the heading and text container, but we want it inside our parent banner container before the hero banner container. So let's drag it over and put it in the top here. There it is. Now let's select our image. First of all, let's close this pop-up and then select our image. Then let's select this image, shape 36. Click on select. Now go to its style tab. Then set its width, so change the percentage scale to pixel. Then put a value of 100 pixels. Now under the normal tab, put the opacity value, which is gonna be 0.5. Then go to its advanced tab. And from under here, make the position absolute. Then keep the horizontal orientation to left and offset value to 0 pixel. Also keep the vertical orientation as is, but change its offset to 200 pixels. Now from here, go to its responsive and hide it on tablet portrait and mobile portrait as well. Then let's take another image widget under this image. So go to widgets, then drag this image over here. Okay, let's drag it over here again. There you go. Now select an image. Let's select this object, shape 35. Click on select. Go to its style tab. Then put the width value to 280 pixels. And opacity to 0.3. Now from its advanced tab, make the position absolute again. Then only set the vertical orientation offset value to 130 pixels. Then go to responsive mode, this responsive drop down, and also hide this background object on tablet portrait and mobile portrait. Now go inside of hero banner here. Let's minimize this one and then go inside of its images container, this one. And now before these two images, let's take other background images. So first of all, go to widgets, then drag this image widget over here. It has gotten outside, but let's drag it over here. There you go. Now this image section might look a bit confusing because we have put down our hero images which had various vertical offset values and horizontal offset values, due to which putting other image widgets can be a bit difficult, but just follow along and do what I'm doing and surely you'll have no problem at all. So now for this image, let's choose an image. Then again, let's choose this object, which is shape 36. Now from its style tab, set the width value to 100 pixels. So 100, and opacity to 0.5. Now go to its advanced tab, set the position to absolute, then set the horizontal orientation offset value to 100 pixels and vertical orientation offset value to -140. Now let's take another image widget. So go to the image widget, and here we have this one. Let's drag it over here. Let's put it under this one. Oops, it went over the first one, but we want it after it. Okay, so there it is. Now choose an image. Let's choose this one, Hero Shape 3. Click on Select. Now go to its Style tab and set the width value to 250 pixels. Then opacity to 0.25. Now go to its Advanced tab and change the position to Absolute. Then set its horizontal orientation offset value to 30 pixels and vertical orientation offset value to -180 pixels. Now let's set our next image. So go to widgets and just like before, drag this image widget over here. Now drag it under this one, make it the third image, then choose its image. Now let's choose this image, which is Hero Shape 5. So click on Select. Now we don't have to change its width, so directly go to Advanced tab, then set the position to Absolute. And let's set its horizontal orientation to right. Okay, I think you guys can't see it properly, so if we move this navigator, I think it's most probably behind these two images, so no need to worry, our image has not gotten lost. We just need to put its vertical orientation offset value so that it will go to its oriented direction, which is top, right? Oh, and also let's put its horizontal orientation value, which is -85 pixels. You see, there it is. Okay, now let's set the vertical orientation offset, which is gonna be -140 pixels. And there you go. Okay, so let's drag our navigator back here. And now let's set our last image. So go to the widgets, then drag this image over here, and there you go, it's already here under the first three images that we set just now. Now let's choose the image from here, and here let's select this image, which is Hero Shape 6. So click on Select, then go to its Advanced tab. Here make the position Absolute, then set the horizontal orientation offset value to -10 pixels, and actually make the vertical orientation for this one bottom, and just keep the offset value to 0. So you see, now we have this same kind of image. One is at the top right of these hero images and one is at the bottom left. So it's giving this a nice background effect. And as you can see, now these background images or objects are making our hero banner look so much more interesting. But let's not just settle with this. Let's make it even more interesting by adding animation to these background images. Yes, you heard it right. We're gonna do it, but it's not gonna be as hard as it sounds. Because since we have already put down the HTML code snippet in our HTML containers HTML widget, so now we can simply just put the animation class name in these CSS classes of these images, and they will instantly get the animation effect of our CSS code. So now first let's go to jimfadigital.com and let's copy the name, which is animation pulse. So this CSS class name, let's copy it, select it, and then click on copy. Now go back to Elementor, then let's put the pulse animation to this image. So after clicking on it, go here and then right click over it and click on paste. And there it is. See how it's pulsing? Also, let's add this pulse animation to this image, which is inside our images container of the hero banner section. So in its CSS classes field, let's right click over it and click on paste. Then select this third image of this image's container, and in its CSS classes field, let's right click over it and click on paste. There you go. So now we have these three images pulsing, but let's add some wobble animations as well, okay? So go back to gymfadigital.com, and from under here, let's copy this one now, this CSS class name. So right click over it and click on copy. Now go to home, and let's put the wobble animation to this image, this second image, inside of parent banner container. So in its CSS classes name field, let's right click over it and click on paste. There you go. Now not only our hero banner section is looking great and appealing, but it's also looking dynamic due to these moving animations of these pictures. So the desktop view is currently looking great. Let's save our work by clicking on update. But I think we need to do just a little bit of settings for the responsive modes as well for these background images or background objects. So let's go to the responsive mode and click on tab. Actually, we don't need to do anything for the tab portrait, I think. Let's go to the mobile view, mobile portrait. Let's scroll down. Okay, so here, select this image 1 inside of this images container, this first image. And from its style tab, let's change its width value to 60 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab and set its horizontal orientation offset value to 29%, pixel. Now select the second image, and for this one again go to its style tab, then set its width value to 165 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab and set its horizontal orientation offset value to -20 pixels, and then vertical orientation offset value to -155 pixels. Then select this third image, and from its style tab, change its width to, first change its scale to pixel scale, then set the value to 150 pixels. Okay, so we're all done with the responsive view as well. Let's update our work and close the responsive mode as well. So now this is how it's looking, and I think it's perfect. So let's minimize our parent banner container and let's create our next section. So under this float icon container, let's add another container. So let's just go to the widgets, or you know what, under here you can just click on this plus icon and add a new container between this float icon container and this HTML container. So let's click here, then click on this plus icon, choose the flexbox layout, and let's select a new structure, which is gonna be our 2-column structure. So select this one, and let's name this container our About Us container. Then from its layout, let's just change the gap values, so make all the gap values to 50 pixels. Now go to the advanced tab. Here unlink the padding, then put the top padding to 60 pixels, right to 10, bottom to 200, and left to 10. So we're done with our About Us container. Now you guys may remember that we just took a 2-column structure. So inside of our About Us container, if we open it, you see we get these 2 containers which are both column directed. Here, take a look. You see? And that is why this structure is called 2-column structure. So now let's select the first container and let's name it as our left portion, because it is going to be the left portion of our About Us container. Then do its settings. So from its layout, make the content width to boxed. So we're done with this container. Now click on its plus icon and then drag an image widget here. Now let's choose our image from here. Now here let's scroll down and select this image, this About One ticker shape. So click on select, then go to its advanced tab, set the position to absolute, horizontal orientation to right, and leave the rest as is. Now go to widgets again, then drag another image widget under here. Oops, it went over it. Let's drag it under here. There you go. Now select an image. Let's see which one we can choose from here. Yeah, let's choose this one. H1 About Image 3. So let's click on select. Now go to its style tab, change its width scale to pixel, then put the value of 150 pixels. Then set the border type to none and change the border radius scale to percentage scale. Then set all the border radius to 50%. Okay, now go to Advanced tab. Here set all the padding values to 10 pixels. Then align self to start and put its z-index value to 2. Alright, now let's scroll down and here select this background drop down. Choose background type to classic and select the global white color. Now go to this border drop down and here under normal set the border type to solid. Then border width to 1 pixel, all of them. Border color to global secondary color. And border radius, let's change the scale to percentage scale and set the border radius value 50%, all of them. There you go. Now under these two images, let's take a new container. So go to widgets, then let's drag this container under here. Okay, now from its layout, make its content width to full width. Give it a width value of 120 pixels. Minimum height to 120 pixels as well. Now go to its style tab. Here set the background type to classic. Then let's give it a custom color code of E1E1FF99. Then go back and choose an image from here. So let's scroll down and choose this image, background circle image. So click on select. Now make its position to center. Then repeat to no repeat. Now scroll down and from under border, set the border type to solid. Then border width to 1 pixels, all of them, and border color to global accent color. Also give it a border radius value of 50%, so let's change the pixel scale to percentage scale, then write 50. Alright, now go to Advanced tab, unlink the margin values, and only give it a top margin of -200 pixels. Then unlink the padding values and make all of them to 0. Now set its align self to end, then give it a z-index value of 5. Now we're also gonna put some animation effects on this widget, so let's go back to jimfatdigital.com. And from here you'll find this circle animation CSS, so copy this whole code snippet from here till here. Right click over it, click on copy. Now go back to home. Then go to this HTML containers HTML and here under this one, let's make some space by pressing enter. Now right click over it and click on paste. So now to activate the effect, let's go back to jimfatdigital.com. Then scroll down and copy this circle animation class name. Then go back here. Select this container and in this CSS classes field, put the CSS class name. So click on paste. There you go. Now let's also put another CSS effect here. So again, go back to jimfatdigital.com. Then scroll down and select this code snippet, background glass effect CSS. So copy it from here till here, right click over it, click on copy. Now go back here and then go to HTML and here, click here, then make some space, then right click here and click on paste. Now go back here and just copy this class name, then again here and go inside of this container. Now let's put this effect name here, so let's just press on space and then right click over it and click on paste. So now it has this glass effect on it. So now moving forward, let's add another widget. So let's go to widgets. Here search for text path widget. So now drag this one inside of this one, this container I mean. Then write a dummy text over here. Then set the path type to circle. Now go to its style tab. Here set its size to 80 pixels. Then rotate to 13 degrees. Then go inside of typography. Here set the font family to Ubuntu, size to 50. then weight to 700 and line height to 1.6 em. Now go back and from under normal, let's set its color to global accent color. Now let's go to its advanced tab. Here, change the position to absolute, then give it a horizontal orientation offset value of 20 pixels and vertical orientation offset value of 20 pixels as well. There you go. Now scroll down and from inside of this border, set the border type to none, then border radius to all 50%, and we're done here. Okay, so now since we're all done with our text path container, so let's minimize this container, and under this let's take another image widget. So from widgets, drag this image widget under here. Oops, it went inside our text path container, so let's drag it over here first, then minimize this one, and let's take this image after the container. Now let's choose an image from here. Let's select this image, this hero about image 1. So let's click on select. Now go to style tab. Here set the width to 270 pixels. Then set the border type to none, border radius scale to percentage, then all the border radius value to 50%. Now go to its advanced tab and from here set all the padding value to 15 pixels and make the position absolute. Set its horizontal orientation to right and give it an offset value of 40. Then the vertical orientation offset value to 150 pixels. Then give it a z-index value of 2. Now scroll down and go inside border. Here make the border type solid, then border width to 1 pixel, all of them, border color to global secondary color, and border radius to 50%, so make this percentage scale, and all the border radius to 50%. Alright, now let's take our fourth image, so go to widgets, then drag this image widget under here, wherever you want. Now let's drag it under this third image that we just did the settings for. Minimize this one, and let's choose an image from here. Then from here choose this image, image 2, and click on select. Now go to its style tab, then make its width to 190 pixels, border type to none, and border radius to 50%, all of them. Now go to the advanced tab and here set all the padding to 10 pixels. Make the position absolute, then horizontal orientation offset to -35 pixels and vertical orientation offset value to 320 pixels. Give it a z-index value of 2. Then scroll down and from here select background drop down. Set the background type to classic. Then choose the global color white. Now go to border and here choose the border type to solid. Then border width to 1 pixels, all of them. Border color to global accent and border radius to 50%, all of them. Then let's take our fifth image, so go to widgets, drag this image over here anywhere. Let's drag it under here, make it our fifth image. Actually, I just noticed something. You can see that these images are not inside of our left portion container. It's outside of it. So let's take it inside first. Then drag it under this container. Let's do the same for these images as well. So let's drag it over here. Then under this container. Actually, let's drag it under here. Then for this image, let's take it inside. Then let's drag it under here. You see, in these cases, Navigator can be a very helpful tool because since we have put down so many complicated horizontal and vertical offset values, it can be a bit hard sometimes to find the actual positioning of your images, right? So now that we're back on track, let's choose the fifth image. So now let's choose this one. Click on select, then go to its style tab, set its width to 120 pixels, border type to none, border radius to 50%, all of them. Then from advanced tab, set all the padding to 5%, so let's change the scale first and then write 5 here. Now set the align self to end. Make the position absolute. Then horizontal orientation to right. And its offset to 50 pixels. Then vertical orientation offset value to 490 pixels. If we scroll down, there it is. Now give it a z-index value of 2. And scroll down and go to its background. Here under normal, set the background type to classic. Then choose the global white color. Then go to the border and make the border type solid. Now set all the border width to 1 pixel and border color to global secondary color. Then change the border radius scale to percentage scale and give it a value of 50%, all of them. Now we're done here, and let's take our last image widget. So let's drag this image widget over here. It went up, let's drag it under here. There you go. Actually it went outside of our left and right container. So let's drag it inside here. Now it's in the right place. We almost made the same mistake again. But that's totally fine because mistakes are the proof that we're improving, right? So now let's select our 6th image. So scroll down and select this image here. About one, shape one image. So click on select. Then from its style tab, set its height to 200 pixels. And object fade to contain. Then from under normal, give it an opacity of 0.7. Now go to its advanced tab and make the position absolute. Then horizontal offset value to -20 and vertical orientation offset value to 100 pixels. Now let's take another background object from here. So let's drag this image widget under here. Then choose an image. So let's scroll down and select this image, about one, shape 2. Click on select. Now go to its style tab and change the max width scale to pixel scale. Then give it a value of 215 pixels. Now from under normal tab, make the opacity to 0.7. Then go to the advanced tab and here as usual make the position absolute. Then horizontal offset value to 100 pixels and vertical orientation offset value to 350 pixels. Now let's take our final background object. So let's drag this image widget under here. Then choose an image. Then scroll down and let us choose this image. Yeah, about one, shape 3. So click on select. Now go to its style tab. Then set the height to 140 pixels and object fade to contain and set its opacity to 0.7. Now go to the advanced tab and make the position absolute. Then set the horizontal orientation to right and give the vertical orientation offset value a value of 300 pixels. So now we're finally all done with the left portion of our container. But to make it look even more cooler, let's add our pulse and wobble animations again. And for that we won't have to do much, we're just simply going to put the CSS classes names in these fields. So first of all, let's go back to jimfadigital.com and here if we scroll up, you'll find this animation pulse CSS class. So let's copy this animation pulse. Now go back to Elementor. Then let's choose this second image and from its advanced tab, in this field, let's paste our class name. Then select this third image and again go to advanced tab, scroll down and here put the class name again. So you guys already get the gist. I'm going to do the same for this images as well. Now choose this fourth image and put the class name here too. Then the fifth image, let's do the same thing here. There you go. Now let's set this animation to a background object as well. So let's select this seventh image and in this field let's paste the name. So now this is pulsing as well. Let's do the same for the 8th image as well. And there you go. Now let's set an wobble animation as well so that it doesn't feel left out. So from gymfadigital.com, let's scroll down and let's copy this CSS class name. Go back to Elementor and let's choose the 6th image, which is this background image. So in here, let's paste the code name. There you go. So now here we have contradicting animations. These ones are pulsing and this one is wobbling. And overall it's looking great. So now we're finally all done with the left portion of our About Us container. So let's close it and then let's name this container the right portion of our About Us container. Now go to its layout and make the content weight to boxed. Now inside of our right container or the right portion of our About Us container, we're gonna put a heading. So first of all, go to widgets, then search for heading, and let's drag this JKit heading over here. Then let's delete the before focus title, then set our focus title, which is going to be About Us. Then set the HTML tag to H3, focus title display to inline, then go to separator and let's turn off because we don't want to show the separator here. Now go to the style tab. Here go inside the title dropdown, then unlink the margin values and set all the values to 0. Now go inside of focus title, then set the color style to gradient and background type to gradient as well. Now select the first color, so we're gonna select the global secondary color here, and for the second color let's select global accent color. Then set the angle to 90 degrees and typography to global secondary. Then go to the advanced tab, unlink all the margin values and put the bottom margin to -20. Then under this JKit heading, let's take a heading widget. So go to widgets and then drag this heading widget under here. And as usual, let's put a dummy heading here. Then go to its advanced tab, unlink the margin values and only give it a bottom margin of 10 pixels. Now under this heading, we're just gonna put some text editors here. So go to widgets and drag this text editor widget under here. Now go to its advanced tab, unlink its margin and only set the bottom margin to -20 pixels. Now simply just add some more text editors here. So we can simply just go hover over there and right click over it, then click on duplicate. Now duplicate again and there you go. But for the last one, let's give it some margin. So let's select this one and go to its advanced tab. Then unlink the margin values and this time only set the bottom margin to 20 pixels. There you go. Now let's take a button underneath this text editor. So just go to widgets, then drag this button widget under here. Now let's add a button under this text editor. So go to widgets and drag this button widget under here. As you can see that our button is getting the hover settings right, but in the normal state, it's getting its color from the default Elementor color. That is because there's a settings that we haven't done inside of Elementor. So for that, first of all, let's exit from here. Click on Live. Now go to WordPress dashboard. Here, go inside of Elementor and then click on Settings. Here you see these two options, disable default colors, disable default fonts. So you have to check these two boxes so that our button doesn't get default color instead of the color that we have given it. So let's check these ones and then click on Save Changes. Now let's go back to Pages and then go to Edit with Elementor of our home. So now if we scroll down and then take a button widget under here, then you see it's not getting the default color anymore in its normal state. But for all the buttons in our website, we want to add a gradient border because currently the border is looking boring because it only has one color, whereas our hover effect has gradient colors. So for that, let's go back to gymfadigital.com and from here, let's copy this button gradient border CSS. So let's copy it from here until here. Right click over it, click on copy, then go back to Elementor and inside of HTML container, let's click on this HTML. Now if we go in the end here then tap on enter sometimes to make some space and right click over here, then click on paste. Now you see our button is getting this gradient color effect. We still can't see it properly because it has a default border as well. So first of all, let's click on this button here, go to its style tab and set the border type to none. There you go. Now it's looking so classy. Also, let's add a text here. So go to content, then in this text field, let's write read more. There you go. So now we're all done with our right portion of the About Us container. And the whole About Us container is complete as well. So let's minimize this and update our work until now. Also, let's do the responsive setting for our About Us section. So let's click on this responsive mode, then go to the tab version. Now choose the About Us container, this one, then make its direction to column. Now go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values, give top padding of 60 pixels, right to 10, bottom to 250 and left to 10. Now choose the left portion container, then set the minimum height to 400 pixels. Now inside of this left portion container, choose the second image and unlink its margin, then give it a left padding of 50 pixels. Now choose the third image, this one. Let's scroll down a bit, so this one, and set its horizontal orientation offset value to 25%. Then choose the fourth image, this one, go to its advanced tab and make its horizontal orientation offset value to 0 pixels. Then choose the fifth image, this one, go to its advanced tab, then make its horizontal orientation offset value to 110 pixels and vertical orientation offset value to 453 pixels. Now let's close this left portion container and select the right portion container. Here go to advanced tab, then make its order to start. There you go. Now let's go ahead and do our mobile settings. Here again, choose the About Us container first. Then from its advanced tab, unlink the paddings and set the top padding to 45 pixels, right to 10, bottom to 300 and left to 10. See? Now the padding is perfect. Then let's choose the left portion container and from its advanced tab, unlink the margin, then only set the top margin to 35 pixels. Now inside of this left portion container, choose this first image, so this one, and from its style tab, change its height to 140 pixels. Now choose the second image, then from its style tab, set its width to 100 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab, and everything is looking great here, so keep the margin all 0 and padding to all 10. Now then choose this container which holds our text path widget, so inside of it change the width to 120 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab. Actually everything is looking great here, so keep the margin as it is. Just keep the top margin to 168 pixels and the rest of the margin and padding to 0 pixels. Then select this text path widget and go to its style tab. Actually everything is looking great here as well, so we don't have to do anything else here. Now let's choose our third image, then go to its style tab and here give it a width value of 200 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and make its horizontal offset value to 10%, then vertical orientation offset value to 135 pixels. Okay, now select this fourth image, so this one, and here keep the horizontal offset value to minus 35 pixels and let's just change the vertical orientation offset value, which we need to change to 380 pixels. Now choose the fifth image, so this one, go to its style tab and set its width to 80 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and set its horizontal orientation offset value to 20 pixels and vertical offset to 530 pixels. Okay, so now we're all done with the mobile responsiveness as well, and this is how it's looking. Let's check our tab view, and the tab view is looking great as well. So let's close our responsive mode and save our work by clicking on update. By the way, don't worry about this text path widget because I know it's currently looking a bit weird, but this is only looking that way in the back end of our website. So if we preview it by closing this panel, you see it's looking completely perfect in the actual preview. So let's go out. So now let's move on to our next section, and for that just click on this plus icon, then click on this plus icon here, choose the flexbox layout and select this row directed structure. Now let's rename this container as our counters container. Oh, also let's close this about us container since we're all done with it. Okay, now back to our counters container. Now from its layout, just change the justify content to space between. Then go to its style tab, select the classic background type and let's insert an image. Now choose this image, the fun fact background. So click on select, then set the position to center, repeat to no repeat and display size to cover. Now go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values, set the top padding to 65 pixels, right to 10, bottom to 55 and left to 10. Now inside of this counters container, let's take a widget which is going to be our counter widget. So in this search bar, search for counter. Let's drag this one over here, then let's put a number suffix, so put a plus here, and title this counter projects completed. There you go. Now go to the style tab, then go inside of number and change the text color to completely transparent. So drag it to the most left here, then go outside and click on typography, set the size to 80 pixels. Now go out, then choose this text stroke and here write 1 pixel, then give it a stroke color. So write a custom code of 6 Fs, which is FFFFFF, then 80. There you go. Now go back and go inside of title. Here give the text color as global white color, then choose typography and give it a size of 22 pixels. Okay, so now we're all done with this counter. Let's go back, then go to widgets and drag this spacer widget over here. Now give it a space of 1 pixel, then go to the advanced tab and after scrolling down go to border. Here under normal tab, set the border type to solid, then unlink the border width and only give it a right width of 1 pixel. Now let's give it a custom border color, so choose this color picker and here write A1A CB3 5C. Okay, now go back. Now if we click somewhere else, you see this is how our spacer is looking. It is very subtle and a very thin spacer. Also let's close this about us container again. And inside here, let's duplicate this counter to fill up our whole counters container, okay? So first of all, let's just right click over it, then click on duplicate, then do it again, and for another time. Okay, now let's drag this spacer over here, and also let's duplicate it 2 times as well. Now let's drag these spacers after these ones. So let's first of all drag this one over here and then this one after here. Sorry, let's drag it over here. Okay, so now this is how our counters container is looking. Now let's do its responsive setting real quick. So go to responsive mode and let's go to tab portrait. Here choose the counters container and then go to its layout. Then set the justify content to center and gaps to all of them 0. Then turn on the wrap. Now choose this first counter. Then from its style tab go to number. Here go inside of typography, then change its size to 70 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab, unlink the margin values and make all of them 0. Now go to width and change it to custom. Then give it a custom width of percentage scale, the value of 45%. Now let's choose this spacer. Then from its advanced tab, change its width to custom width. Then give it a custom width of 1 pixel. Now I know you guys might be thinking that this is looking weird and not cool at all, but just trust the process and let me show you a shortcut again. So now we have done the settings of this counter and this spacer as well, right? So now simply let's just copy these settings and then paste them to these counters and spacers. So first of all, let's do the counter. Right click over here, click on copy, then paste the style to these counters. So first of all, let's do the second one. Here click on paste style, then over the third one, right click over it and click on paste style again. And lastly for the fourth one. Now in the tab view we don't really need a second spacer like this one, we only need these two. So let's select this second spacer. Now go to its advanced tab and then scroll down, then go inside of this responsive drop down. Here just hide it on the tablet portrait. So let's just hide it from here. And there you go, now it's hidden. So if we just close this panel and look at our preview, see, there's nothing there. Now let's bring out our panel again. So we're all done with the tablet settings as well. Now let's go to the mobile portrait, then choose this counters container. Now here from its layout, set all the gaps to 20 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab, unlink its padding. Let me scroll down a bit so you can see more clearly. So now let's set the top padding to 55, right to 20, bottom to 55 and left to 20. Now go and choose this first counter, then go to its style tab. Here go inside of number drop down, then go and click on this pencil icon of typography. Now set the size to 60 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and set the custom width to 100%. Also, let's do some settings with its title as well. So go back to style tab and here go inside of title. Then from typography, set its size to 20 pixels. Okay, now just like before, copy these settings from this one and then paste it on these ones. So let's copy it from here, right click over it, click on copy, then paste it on this counter. Paste style. Then let's do the same for third one and then the fourth one. There you go. Now select this spacer and then from its advanced tab, change its custom width to 100%. Now scroll down and go to its border, then unlink the border values and only set the bottom border width to 1 pixel. Now let's copy it from here and then paste its settings to these spacers. So let's right click over the spacer and then click on paste style. Then do the same for this last one. And there you go. So now our mobile portrait of the counters container is all done as well. So let's close the responsive mode. Now here I'm just going to put some other dummy texts and numbers in these fields so that they look different. So now I'm back after putting some dummy texts. Now let's save our work. Now since we're all done with our counters container, let's proceed with our next container, which is gonna be our services container or our services section. So let's close this one and here let's click on this plus icon. Then choose this one, flexbox layout and this row directed structure. Now let's rename this as our services container. Then from its layout, go to its additional options drop down, then set the overflow to hidden. Now go to its advanced tab. Here unlink the padding values and set the top padding to 100 pixels, right to 10, bottom to 100 and left to 10 as well. Now inside of it we're gonna take an image widget, so click on this plus icon, then drag this image widget over here. Now choose an image from here. Now go down and let's choose this image, Hero Shape 5. So click on select. Now go to its advanced tab, then make its position to absolute. Now set the horizontal offset value to 100 pixels and vertical orientation offset value to 150 pixels. Now take another image widget inside of it. So go to widgets, then drag this image over here. Now choose an image from here and then select this image, H1 Service Background Image 1. So let's take this. Now go to its advanced tab, set the position to absolute, then horizontal orientation to right and offset value to 10%. Then vertical orientation offset value to 35 pixels. Now take another image widget under it. So let's grab this image widget and let's drop it here. Now choose an image from here and choose the same image, this one. Click on select. Go to its advanced tab, then set the position to absolute, horizontal orientation offset value to 80 pixels, make the vertical orientation direction to bottom, and its offset value to 140 pixels. Now inside of this, let's take another container. You can just right click over this service container and click on add new container. And there it is. And let's rename it as our inner services container. Now from its layout, change its content width to boxed, then go to its advanced tab and set its z-index value to 1. Now inside of this container, let's add a JKit heading, so search for heading here, then drag this JKit heading over here. Or you could actually do another thing to save your time. Let's delete this JKit heading. Now scroll up, then copy this about us heading from here, right click over this pencil icon, click on copy, and now go down, then right click over this container, this inner services container, and then click on paste. So you already have a heading here. Now simply let's just change the focus title of this JKit heading. So I'm writing our services. Now let's add a heading under this JKit heading and let's follow the same shortcut. So just scroll up and then copy this heading, right click over here, click on copy, go down, and then paste it right under here. Let's also put a dummy heading here. Okay, now let's actually align these writings to the middle, so you guys already know what to do. First of all, let's go to style and let's set the alignment to center and do the same for this one. Okay, now it's looking pretty nice. Now under these headings, let's put a text editor. So go to widgets, then drag this text editor under here. Let's also put a dummy text over here, then go to its style tab as well and set its alignment to center. Now go to the advanced tab, unlink the margin values and only set the bottom margin to 40 pixels. Then unlink the padding and make the pixel scale to percentage scale. Now only put the right padding to 15% and left padding to 15%. Now after that, let's add another container. So right click over this inner service container and then click on add new container. It went outside. Let's drag it under this text editor here. There you go. And let's rename this as our single service container. Now go to its layout and set the content width to boxed, direction to row, and all the gaps to 30 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values, and only set the bottom padding to 40 pixels. Now inside of this single services container, let's add another container. And let's rename this as our single service 1 container in short. So I've written SS1 container in short, which is single service 1 container, because we're gonna put multiple services inside of this single services container. Also, let's drag this SS1 container inside of here. So let's drag it here. There you go. Now the SS1 container is inside of our single services container. Now go to its advanced tab. Here, unlink all the padding values. Then inside of this SS1 container, let's click on this plus icon. And here, let's take an icon widget. So scroll down and then drag this icon widget over here. Then select an icon from here. Search for desktop solid. Choose this one. Then go to its style tab. Now under normal tab, change its primary color to global white color. Then give it a size of 40 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab. Unlink the padding values. Set the top padding to 25 pixels and bottom padding to 25 pixels as well. Then give it a z-index value of 2. Now scroll down, and guys, don't be worried. You might be thinking that where did the icon go? Well, just trust the process, because when we do all the settings, the icon will be visible again. So let's go to this background dropdown. Here set the background type to classic, then choose the global color of primary. And there it is. See, you just have to be patient with these things, because in the end everything works out. Now let's scroll down and here click on this mask drop down, then turn on the mask. Now from shape, choose custom, then let's select an image for our mask. So let's select this one, service icon shape, click on select. There you go. Isn't it looking amazing? Now let's go to widgets, then drag another container under here. Now go to its style tab, then set the background type to classic and give it a custom color code of F8F7FF. Now go to this border drop down. Here under normal, change the border type to solid. Then border width to 1 pixels, all of them, and border color to F8F7FF again. Now go back and set its border radius. So here write 10 pixels for all of them. Now go to hover, change the border type to solid, border width to 1 pixel, all of them. Then for border color, let's choose global accent color. Now click on this box shadow pencil icon. Here set the horizontal value to 30, vertical value to 15, blur to 30, and we're done. So now when you hover over it, it will have this effect, okay? But here as you can see that the border color is looking too darkish, so let's make it a bit more transparent. Let's choose this color. And here let's drag this color wheel to, so make it almost transparent, and drag it till you get this 0.05 number. Now go out. Now if we hover over it, let's choose something else. And now if we hover over it, see, this is how it's looking. Now let's click back on this container here, which we were working with. Now go to its advanced tab. Here unlink all the margin values, then only give it a top margin of -71 pixels. Then for padding, write 20 here. Now unlink the padding values, then only change the top padding to 60 pixels. Okay, so now we're done with this container as well. Now inside of this container, let's just take a few more widgets. So click on this plus icon. Now from here, drag this heading widget over here. Then change the HTML tag to H4 and also put a dummy heading here. Then go to the style tab and align it to the center. Now under this heading, let's take another text editor widget. So go to widgets, then drag this text editor under here. Then also put a dummy text over here. And from its style tab, align it to center. So now we're all done here, but it's still not looking good enough. So to make it more interesting, we're gonna add some custom CSS codes here. Now simply just go back to jimfadigital.com. Then you'll find the service icon box CSS. So let's copy this whole CSS all together. Although there are two CSSs here. So now right click over it, click on copy, then go back to home. And inside of this HTML, let's scroll down, click here, make some space by clicking enter. Now right click over it and click on paste. Now to activate this effect, let's go back to jimfadigital.com. And here first of all, let's copy this service box CSS class name. So let's copy this one, right click over it, click on copy, then go back. Now go and choose this SS1 container, which was our single service 1 container. Here currently you can see that there are no effects here, right? But let's put the class name that we just copied and paste it here. Click on paste. Now go back to jimfadigital.com and from here copy this service icon class name. Right click over it, click on copy, then go back to home and click on this icon. Now here in its CSS classes field, paste the class name. So right click over it and click on paste. Now if we hover over it, you see, this is the effect that we worked for. Now to finally make it a last simple touch, let's select this container, then go to its hover color, and from here let's choose our global white color. So now if we finally hover over it, this is how it looks. Cool, right? Now this is only one service container of our services section, right? And we gotta make other services as well. For that, no need to worry, just simply minimize this single service 1 container. Now right click over it and click on duplicate. Then do the same again, click on duplicate. And just like this, you can add multiple other services to your service section. So now I'll be back after doing these other two services. I'm gonna put some other dummy icons and text so that all of them would look different and cool. Alright, so I'm back after putting some dummy icons and texts. Now let's do the responsive setting of our services section. So first let's go to this responsive mode, then go to the tab view. Now here let's go up and let's first of all minimize everything. Now choose this services container. Then from its advanced tab, unlink the padding values and set the top and bottom padding to 80. Then right and left padding to 10. Now go inside of the services container. Here select this first image, this one. Go to its style tab and set its width to 150 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab, then set its horizontal orientation offset value to 20 pixels and vertical offset value to 100 pixels. Now choose the second image, this one. Then go to its style tab again and set its width to 200 pixels. Now go to the advanced tab, then set the horizontal offset value to 20 pixels. So we're pretty much done here. Now let's see. Okay, now let's go to this single services container. Here from its layout, set the justify content settings to center. Then turn on wrap so that they will show one after another. Now choose this SS1 container, then go to its layout and set its width to 47%. Now let's copy these settings to the other ones. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to rename these ones. So let's rename our second and third containers as our SS2 and SS3 container. Okay, now just from SS1 container, right click over it, then click on copy, and now let's just paste the settings or style that we did on this one to these ones. So right click over the SS2 container, then click on paste style. Now do the same for this third container. And there you go. So we're pretty much done with our tab view. Now let's go to the mobile portrait. Here again, go to the start and select this services container. Then go to its advanced tab and from here unlink its padding values. Then set the top and bottom padding to 50 pixels and right and left padding to 10 pixels. Now let's select our first image, this one. Then go to its style tab and set its width to 80 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and set the horizontal offset to -20 pixels. Then vertical offset to 143 pixels. Now select the second image, then go to its style tab and change its width to 150 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and set its horizontal orientation offset to -50 pixels. Then vertical offset to 0. Okay, now select this third image. So you see we can't really see this image at all here. So first let's go to its style tab, then set its width to 150 pixels. Now go to the advanced tab, then set the horizontal offset to 0 pixels and vertical orientation to 100 pixels. So now we're done with it. Now scroll up and select this heading, this one. Then go to its advanced tab and unlink the margin values and make them all 0. Then choose this text editor and from its padding, make all the values 0 by unlinking the values. Okay, so now finally our mobile view is looking perfect. So now let's close this responsive mode and let's update our work. By the way, if you guys are wondering how our website is looking in the front end, you can always just go to the front end and here you can see what we have done until now. So this is our beautiful hero banner section. Then if we scroll down, we've done our about section, then the counter section, and lastly our services section. But now we're missing something, right? How about we add some reviews and testimonials? So let's go back to home. Here, let's scroll down, then minimize the services container. And between the services container and the HTML container, let's add another container. Or you could just go to widgets and then drag a container from here. There you go. Now let's rename this container as our reviews container. Then go to its additional options and set the overflow to hidden. Now go to its style tab. Then under normal, set the background type to classic. Then give it a custom color code, so click here. Then here write F8, F7, FF. Now click here and let's choose an image from here. Here let's select this image, this BG41 or background 41 image. Click on select, then set the position to center, repeat to no repeat, and display size to cover. Now go to its Advanced tab, then unlink the padding values and set the top padding to 100 and bottom padding to 200. Then both right and left padding to 10. Now inside of this container, let's take an image widget. So drag this image widget over here, then choose an image from here. Let's select this image, H1 service background, so click on select. Now go to its Advanced tab, then set the position to absolute, horizontal orientation to right, and offset value to 60 pixels, and then vertical orientation offset value to 50 pixels. Now from here, take another image widget. So from here, let's drag it down here, and let's choose another image. Here, let's choose this image, H1 testimonial background, so click on select. Now go to its Advanced tab, then set the position to absolute and horizontal orientation offset to 50 pixels. Then vertical orientation direction to bottom and its offset value to 50 pixels as well. Now here let's take another container, so go to widgets and then drag this container under this one. There you go, and let's rename this as our heading and text container. Alright, now from its layout, set its direction to row. Then inside of it, take another container, so drag this container over here. Then let's rename this as our heading container. Now we don't have to do any settings for this one. Now inside here, we're just going to add some headings. So for that, you can simply just go to this About Us container. Then from here, just copy this About Us heading, this one. So right click over it and click on copy. Now go down here, then right click over here and click on paste. Now in this focus title field, let's just write testimonials. Then just go to its Advanced tab, unlink its margin, then only set its bottom margin to -28 pixels. Now under here, let's add another heading under this testimonials heading. So again, just go to About Us container. Then from here, simply just copy this heading here. So right click over here, click on copy, go down by clicking on this heading container. And then under this one, right click over here and click on paste. There you go. Now let's put some dummy titles in here. Okay, so now we're done with the heading, but let's add some descriptions as well. For that, let's just minimize this heading container and let's add another container. So right click over it and click on add new container. As for this container, let's rename it as our description container. Now from its layout, change the content width to boxed. Then inside of this container, click on this plus icon and drag a text editor widget right here. Here I'm also gonna put some dummy text, and you can put whatever else you would like to put in your testimonial section. Now go to its style tab and set its alignment to left. Then go to the Advanced tab, unlink the padding values and only set the top padding to 65 pixels. Okay, so now we're all done with this heading and text container. Let's minimize this one. Now let's add another container under this one. So let's right click over it and click on add new container. Now let's rename this container as our testimonial container. Then from its layout, change the content width to boxed and set the direction to row. Now go to widgets and search for testimonial. Then drag this testimonial widget right here. Okay, so now we have our testimonial widget and we're gonna put our testimonials here. So first of all, let's choose its style. So from here, choose this image style 5. Now go to the testimonial dropdown. Then first, let's actually just close these testimonials. So click here and here. So first, we're going to create a single testimonial and then we're going to copy it. And just like we have done before for our services, we're going to just create one section and then duplicate that one. Okay, so now let's go back to testimonials, and here in this one, let's click over it. Now here, let's put a client name, then set the client's designation here, and in this field, write a dummy testimonial review. Alright, now scroll down and here set a client avatar. So click on this choose image, And from here, let's set this one. So click on select. There you go. So now we're all done here. Now let's click here to minimize it. Then go inside of settings. Here set the number of slides to show to 3. Now turn this autoplay off. Set the show dots to yes. And let's just keep the rest as is. Now let's go back to testimonial in this drop down. And here let's just duplicate this one that we have created right here. So just click on this icon that you see here to duplicate it. Then do it again and another time. Now I'll be back after putting some other dummy text, images and client names and their designations. Okay, so I'm back after putting some other dummy testimonials. Now let's go to the style tab. Here set the column gap to 5 pixels. Then for padding, write 30 first. Then unlink the values and only set the top padding to 50 pixels. And for border radius, set all the border radius to 30 pixels. Then click on this box shadow, select a color, and from here let's make it totally transparent. Okay? So now our testimonial boxes won't have any shadows. Now go back. Then go to this description drop down. Here unlink the margin values and set the top margin to 15 and bottom margin to 30 pixels. Then go to this quote icon drop down and here set the icon size to 32. And then scroll down and go to this client drop down. Here set this client name color to global accent color. Then go inside of typography and set the size to 22 pixels. Now go outside. Then set the margin bottom to 3. Now scroll down and from under client image, change the border type to solid. Then border width to 1 pixel, all of them, and border color to global secondary color, this one. Now scroll down and go inside of this dot drop down. Here set the dot top space to -70, width to 40, border radius to 15 pixels, all of them. Then scroll down and here set the background type to classic. Then give it a custom color code which is 5F39FF80. Now scroll down and here under active, set the background type to gradient. Then set this color as global secondary color, this one. And then for the second color, let's choose global accent color, which is this one. Now scroll down and here set the angle to 90 degrees. Then width to 48. And again scroll down and set the scale to 1. Okay, so now we're all done with our review section as well. So let's update our work. Now let's see if we need to do any responsive settings. So click on this responsive mode. Then click on this tab portrait. Okay, so we need to do some settings here. So first of all, let's minimize this and choose this reviews container. Then go to its advanced tab and unlink its padding values. Set the top padding to 80, right to 10, bottom to 150, then left to 10. Now go inside of this reviews container and select this first image. Then go to its style tab and set its width to 200 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and set the horizontal orientation offset value to 20 pixels. Now choose this heading and text container. Then from its layout, set the direction to column. Then go inside of it and choose this heading container. Now go to its advanced tab and make all the padding values to 0 by unlinking them. Then go inside of this heading container and select this heading. Now go to its advanced tab and set all the margin values to 0 by unlinking them. Now go and select this description container, go to its advanced tab and set all the padding to 0 by unlinking them. Then choose this text editor and again from its advanced tab, let's unlink the values and make all the padding to 0. We're doing this because tablet usually has less screen space than PC, so we're decreasing the padding to 0 so that everything is more suitable to the tab view. Okay, so our tab view looks perfect. Now let's go to the mobile portrait And here select this reviews container again. Then go to its advanced tab and unlink the padding values. Then set the top padding to 50, right to 10, bottom to 120 and left to 10. Then choose this first image, go to its style tab and set its width to 150 pixels. Now go to its advanced tab, then set the horizontal offset value to -50 and vertical offset value to 0 pixels. Then choose this second image, go to its style tab and set its width to 150 pixels. Then go to the advanced tab and set the horizontal offset to 0 pixels and vertical offset to 100 pixels. Now select this text editor inside of description container and from its advanced tab unlink the margin values, then only set the bottom margin to -10. Now select this testimonial widget, go to its style tab, set the column gap to 0 pixels. Let's scroll down to see what's happening here. Unlink the padding values, set the top padding to 30, right to 20, bottom to 30 and left to 20. Then set all the border radius to 20 pixels. Now go to the dot drop down and here set the dot top space to -60. Okay, so now our mobile view is looking perfect as well. Let's swipe these ones. See, everything's looking perfect. So now let's exit our responsive mode and let's save our work up until now. Now let's just create our blog post section. So under here, let's take another container. Then click on this plus icon, choose this flexbox layout. Then choose this row directed structure. Now let's rename this container as our blog section container. Then from its layout, go to its additional options and set the overflow to hidden. Now go to its advanced tab, then unlink the padding values, set the top padding to 100, right to 10, bottom to 70 and left to 10 pixels. Now inside of our blog section container, let's take another container. So from here, drag this container here and let's rename this container as our inner blog container. Now inside of this container, let's add a heading, and you guys already know how we can do that really fast. So just let's first minimize this and now go to the services container. Then from here, just right click over this widget here or this pencil icon. Let me move the navigator a bit. So this one. Now right click over it, click on copy, then go back to inner block container and right over here, right click over it and then click on paste. Now let's just put a text here in the focus title. Okay, now go back to the services container and here right click over this one. Click on copy. Now go back to inner block container and under our JKit heading, right click over here and then click on paste. Now let's again put a title here, then go back to the services container and copy this text editor. Right click over it, click on copy, go back to inner block container and underneath our heading, let's right click here, then paste. There you go. So now the outlet for our blog posts or our blog archive is ready, but I'm going to be putting the blog posts after I make them. So let's just leave this section as is and let's create our other sections or other pages to be specific. Then after creating the blog posts, we'll come here and then just add those blog posts in our homepage so that people can also access our blog posts through our homepage. So now let's just update our work. And let's keep the homepage here and then go to the front end of our website. Now if we scroll down, okay, let's refresh it first. Then if we scroll down, you can see that it has all the sections that we have created. Now from here on, let's hover over this site name and click on dashboard. So this will take you back to the WordPress dashboard. From here on, let's create our other pages which we will have in our website. So now go inside of pages. Now let's create our other pages, so click on add new page. Then here let's create our about us page, so give it a title of about us or about, whichever you like. then click on publish and click on publish again. Then from here let's create our other pages, so click on add new page. Let's name this our theme page. Click on publish, then publish again. Now for the next one, we gotta have a portfolio page, right? So let's name it portfolio, then publish this one as well. Then let's create our services page. Now publish it. Then create our blog page. Publish this one as well. Now for the last one, let's create our contact page. Now click on publish. Now let's go back to WordPress, and you see here we have all the pages that we just created. Now we gotta have a menu for our website, right? So for that, hover over appearance, then click on menus. Now let's select all the pages that we just created and add them to our menu. So let's select all of them from here and click on add to menu. Also, we don't really need this one, which was here by default, so click over this drop down and let's remove it. Okay, now for our pages, I want them to be in a specific order. So for that, first of all, after home, let's put our about us page under here. Then inside of our about us page, I want to put our theme and portfolio. So let's make it a sub page or sub item of about us, and let's do the same for portfolio as well. Now let's just take this services page after about us here. Okay, so now everything is looking perfect, and this is the order in which it will be shown in our menu. Then click on save menu. Now here it's saying that after enabling this, you need to use Elements Kit header footer module with Elements Kit nav menu widget to show the mega menu. So basically we will need to create a header and footer now to show our menu, right? So now if we go to the front end of our website, so hover over this gymfadigital.com, then right click over visit site and click on open link in new tab. Here if we go to the front end, currently we don't have any header or footer which is custom made, right? See, there's nothing. Now to add our header and footer, let's go back to menus. And from here, let's hover over Elements Kit. Here, click on header and footer. And as you can see that there are currently no header or footer. So now let's click on add new. So let's just title our header as header and keep the type to header as well. Then in conditions, let's keep it entire site because we want our header to be shown in the entire site, because header and footer are global. So in a website, wherever in which page you go, you will always see the header and footer. So now let's activate it. Then click on edit content. Now here you guys may remember that when you went to gymfadigital.com, you'll always find this download the resources I've used in the tutorial under important links. So from here, do you guys remember that if you download it, you'll find an images folder and a template folder. So in that template folder, you will find a custom made header and footer template. So now let's go back here in our header. Now here, click on this folder icon, this one, to add a template. Now click on this icon, which is the import template icon. Then click on select file. Now here inside of this digitize folder, you'll find this templates folder. From here, select this header.json file, this one. So double click over it. And as you can see that our header has been uploaded successfully. Now let's click on insert. It's asking us if we want to apply the settings of this page too. Just click on apply. So now you see this is how the header of our website will look, and currently it's not prominently visible because it also has a white background. But since our hero section has a black background, so over that one everything will be visible. So you just have to be a little patient. Everything is here as you can see. Now let's just simply click on update. Then let's go back. So now let's add our footer. So click on add new. Then let's title it our footer. Select the type as footer. Keep the conditions to entire site as usual. Then activate it and click on edit content. Now again follow the same process. So just click on this add new template. Then click here to import a template. Then click on select file. And from the same folder, select this footer.json file. Now click on insert. Click on apply. And this is how our footer will look. So now let's update it. And for now, let's keep the footer here. I'll tell you in a second why I'm keeping this tab still here. Now simply just go to the front end of our website. Now from here, go to dashboard. Then go to pages. And here go inside of about us page. So click on edit. Then click on edit with Elementor. Now as you guys can see that our header is colliding with our page name. So to stop that from happening, just go and click on this settings. Here make the page layout to Elementor full width. So now we won't have the page name and we only have the header and footer. Now let's create our About Us page banner. So first, as usual, just take a new container, choose the flexbox layout, then this column directed structure. Now let's name this as our hero banner container or banner container in short. Now go to its style tab, then make the background type classic. Let's give it an image, so choose an image from here. Now scroll down and select this image, which is the breadcrumb background scaled 1 image. So click on select. And there it is. So now since we have a dark background, you can see our header properly. Now let's make the image's position to center, repeat to no repeat, and display size to cover. Then go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values, then give the top padding of 20, right to 10, bottom to 100, and left to 10 as well. Now inside of this banner, let's take an image widget. So go to here, then drag this image widget over here. Now let's choose an image. So go here, then let's choose this image. Breadcrumb shape 8. So click on select. Now go to its style tab, then set its width to 10 pixels and opacity to 0.2. Now go to its advanced tab, set its position to absolute, then give it a horizontal offset value of 50 pixels and vertical offset of 50 pixels as well. Now go to widgets, then drag another image widget under here. Now let's choose an image. Choose this one, shape 35. Now go to its style tab, then set its opacity to 0.2. Now go to its advanced tab, set the position to absolute, then set its horizontal offset to 50 pixels and vertical offset to 50 pixels as well. Now we're gonna put a CSS code for this one, but you know it's gonna be too much of a hassle and it's gonna waste so much time if you do the HTML code snippet copying and pasting again and again, right? And this is why I left this footer tab open. Because you see, you can actually do another thing. Remember how we made our footer and header global so that it will be available in every page? So this is also an element of our website, right? And our footer is also created inside of a container. So now here what you can do is, you can do a big brain shortcut. So for that, you'll have to go to the home page. And here, remember that we created our HTML container, this one. From here, just simply right click over this 6 dots, which is edit container, and now copy it. Then let's go back to the footer, and here under the footer, right here, let's right click over here. Then click on paste. So now you see all the HTML coding and stuff that we did in our home page, everything is now in this footer. And since every page will get our footer, so every page will get these codes, I mean the codes that we put in this HTML widget, every page will also get these codes. Isn't this amazing? And that is why Elementor is one of the best drag and drop page builders, because you can just simply drag and drop and copy and paste things to make your life so much easier. So let's update our work. Now let's see the magic. So first of all, let's go back to our About Us page. And this is the image where we want to put some animation effects, right? So now let's say that we want to put a wobble animation for this image. So let's just simply go back to gymfadigital.com. Then here if we scroll down, and let's just copy this wobble CSS class, because we already have this CSS code snippet in our footer, which footer will also be in our about page, right? So we don't have to copy this. Now just simply copy this CSS class name. Right click over it, click on copy, then go back to about us. And now if we just simply paste this class name over here, then you see, it's already getting that effect, because this about page has our header and footer, right? And we have our HTML in this footer. That is why we don't have to separately create another HTML widget to hold our codings. So now let's proceed with the rest of our page. Now let's take another image widget from here. So drag this image under here, then choose an image. Let's choose this image, breadcrumb shape 8, so click on select. Then from its style tab, set its width to 100 pixels and set the opacity to 0.15. Now go to its advanced tab, make the position absolute, horizontal offset value to 40%, set the vertical orientation to bottom and its offset value to 60 pixels. Now go under here and go to this responsive, then let's just hide it on the mobile portrait. Now go to widgets, then take another image widget under here. So it went over the last one that we took. Now let's just drag it here. Now for this fourth image, let's choose another image. Let's select this shape 35, this one. Now click on select. Now go to its style tab and set its opacity to 0.2. Now go to its advanced tab and set the position to absolute. Then horizontal offset value to 40%, so change it to percentage. Then write 40. Set the vertical orientation to bottom and its offset value to 50. Now let's also put a wobble animation for this one. So we already have copied the code snippet. Let's just scroll down and paste the class name here. Also let's hide it on the mobile portrait from responsive. So let's hide it here. Now choose another image widget. So let's just drag a image widget and drop it anywhere here. Then you can always just drag it down here. Now you don't necessarily need to drag these images, but I'm doing this just because it's more easy to work while maintaining a sequence, right? Also sometimes if you put one image over another one and you don't give it a z-index value, then that image might not be visible over the other image. So that is why we're maintaining this order, because we want every picture to be shown perfectly. Now let's choose another image. So let's choose this image, hero shape 3, click on select, then go to its style tab and set the opacity to 0.3. Now go to the advanced tab and set its position to absolute. Then horizontal orientation offset value to 100 pixels and vertical offset value to 28%. Oops, these images are colliding, so let's make its horizontal orientation to right. Okay, now if we move the navigator, there it is. So everything's looking pretty good. Now let's also give this one an animation. So let's just right click over it and click on paste. And there you go. Now let's take our last image. So go to widgets, then drag this image widget under here. Okay, now let's choose an image. Let's scroll down and choose this image, breadcrumb shape 8. Then click on select. Go to its style tab and set the opacity to 0.3. Now go to its advanced tab, set its position to absolute, then horizontal orientation direction to right and offset value to 100 pixels. Then vertical offset to 28%. Alright, now let's also hide this from responsive. Let's only hide it on mobile. You'll also see why I'm doing this, because in mobile section, these images might crowd our banner section or our banner area too much. That is why we're hiding these images on the mobile portrait. Now go to widgets, then drag this heading widget under here. So there it is. Now let's give it a title. Let's just write about us. Then set the HTML tag to h1. Now go to its Style tab and set the text color to global white color. Cool. Now let's go to Widgets and search for Icon List. Then drag this one under here. Set the layout to inline, this one. Then let's close this one. And here let's click on the first one. Now here let's just write Home. Then remove this icon. So click on this bin icon here. Now for the second one, in the text field write About Us. Then choose an icon. So in the search bar, search for Angle Right. Select this one. There you go. Now go to its Style tab. Then go to its icon drop down. And from under Normal tab, change its color to global white color. Now go to its Hover tab. And we don't actually need to do anything here. So let's go to this text drop down. Here go inside the typography and set the family to Ubuntu. Then set its size to 16 pixels and weight to 500. Then line height to 1.6 em. Now go back and under Normal, change its color to global white color. Okay, so now our banner still isn't looking as great as it's supposed to. So what did we do wrong here? First of all, as you can see that during putting the heading and icon list, this image got down here, but it was supposed to be under this image, so let's drag it over here. Okay, and now as you guys can see that our page name and header is still colliding. So I think we need to increase the padding more. So let's go to this banner container and from its advanced tab, let's set its top padding to 200. We missed a 0 here, so let's give it a 0 and there you go. Now it's looking perfect. So now this was our About page banner. Let's also check if the responsive settings are still cool. So let's go to tab view. Yeah, this is looking pretty amazing. And in the mobile view, see, this is why we hid some images because it can be too overcrowded with images. So we hid this image and this image to make it look more beautiful. So now let's close the responsive mode and save our work. Now after the banner section, let's create a team member section. So let's minimize this banner container and let's just add another container. So click on this plus icon, choose Flexbox, then choose this, the row directed structure. Now from its additional options, set the overflow to hidden. Then go to its Style tab and set its background type to classic. Then give it an image. So let's choose this image, this background 41 image. Click on select and there it is. Now set its position to center, repeat to no repeat and display size to cover. Then go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values and set the top padding to 100, right to 10, bottom to 100 and left to 10. Also let's remember to rename our container as our team member container. Now inside of this container, let's take an image widget. Then choose an image. Let's choose this image, Hero Shape 5. Click on select. Now go to its Style tab. Set its width to 150 pixels. Then go to its advanced tab and set the position to absolute. Then horizontal offset to 100 pixels and vertical orientation offset to 150 pixels. Now inside here, let's take another container. So go to widgets and drag this container widget over here. And let's rename it as our inner container. Then go to its advanced tab and give it a z-index value of 1. Now here we need to put headings and text editors and all that stuff, but I don't want to waste any more time. So let's go back to our home page and here go inside of services container. Then inside it, you'll find this inner services container, which is this one. So from here, let's copy this jacket heading, right click over it, click on copy, then go back to our About Us page and paste it here. Then let's give it a focus title which says How We Work. Now go to its advanced tab and only set the bottom margin to 28 pixels, minus 28 pixels. So we're all done with the jacket heading. Now let's go back to home again and let's copy this one, this heading. So right click over it, click on copy, then go back here and click on paste right underneath this widget. Now let's also put a dummy heading here. Now go back to home page and then let's copy this text editor. So right click over it, click on copy, go back here and paste it here. Then just go to its advanced tab, unlink its margin and only set its bottom margin to 30 pixels. So now we're all done with this. Now after it, let's take another container. So go to widgets and drag this container over here. And in this container, we're gonna showcase our members. So let's rename it as our members showcasing container. And here I just wrote members SC for short. Now inside of this, let's take another container. And let's rename it as our member1 container. Now under layout, change its content width to full width. Then justify content to center and align items to center as well. Then go to the style tab. Here select the classic background type. Then select an image. So let's select this one. Click on select. Now make the position to center and a repeat to no repeat. Then display size to cover. Now scroll down and go inside this border drop down. Here set all the border radius to 10 pixels. Then go to the advanced tab, unlink the padding values, set the top padding to 50 pixels, right to 10, bottom to 50 and left to 10. Now we're gonna put some CSS effects here. So for that, let's just go back to jimfadigital.com. Here you'll see this team member hover effect CSS. So copy this whole code snippet from here till here, right click over it, click on copy, then go to the footer and here inside this HTML widget, let's scroll down, right click over here, make some space, then paste the code snippet that you just copied. Okay, now let's update it. Because always remember that Elementor is a online page builder, so you always need to save every work in order for other pages to get the elements or settings of your other pages. So now our footer has been updated. Let's go to jimfadigital.com. Then let's copy this image wrapper class name. Right click, click on copy. Now go to about us. And here in this CSS class field, right click over it, click on paste. Now if you hover over it, you still can't say anything, right? That is because if you go back to jimfadigital.com, you'll see that this is a whole hover effect. So in order to activate it, you'll need to add these two class names. But we're going to add this one to another container inside of our current container. So let's create that container, go to about us, and here inside of this one, let's take another container. So drag this container here, then set its content width to full width, width to 200 pixels, then minimum height to 230 pixels. Now justify content to center, align items to center, then go to its style tab and set the background type to gradient, this one. Now give it a custom color code of 20D9A1A1. Then go back and let's set the second custom color, which is 5F39FFA1. Now go back. Then set the angle to 90 degrees. Now go inside of border and make the border radius to all 50%. Then go to the advanced tab, set all the padding to 15 pixels, z-index value to 1, and in this field let's add the CSS class that we were talking about. So now go back to jimfadigital.com, let's copy this one, this CSS class, right click over it, click on copy, go back to here, and in this field paste the CSS name. And there's the effect. You see? Now inside of this container, let's add a heading. Actually, it went outside our container. Let's drag it inside here. There it is. Now in the title field, let's just write a name. Then set the HTML tag to h5. Now you guys probably can't see the settings that I'm doing here. So for now, let's go back to this container. And let's delete this CSS class name so that the effect won't be activated for now. Okay, so now you guys watch and see whatever I'm doing. And after we're done with all of this, we'll put this CSS class name again here. So now let's go back to the heading, then go to its style tab, set the text color to global white, go to its advanced tab, unlink the margin values and only set the bottom margin to -20 pixels. Now go to widgets, then drag another heading under this one. Again, let's drag it under here. Now here, let's just write stock developer. Then set the HTML tag to h5, go to its style tab, and inside of typography, set the family to Ubuntu, size to 14 pixels, weight to 500, and line height to 1.6 EM. Now go to widgets, then search for social icons. Now drag this social icons widget under here, drag it inside of the container. There you go. Now let's go inside of Facebook, and in the library, go to all icons, then search for Facebook F. Then choose this one. Now let's choose the second one, and for this one go to icons, and here go to all icons, then search for X Twitter. Then select this one, and just like this I'm gonna put some other social icons here, and then I'll be back. So I'm back after putting two other social icons. Now let's go to the style tab. Here set this color to custom color. So let's just simply drag this wheel to the most left and make the color transparent. Now go back, and for the secondary color, let's set it to global primary color. Then set the size to 15 pixels, padding to 0 EM, spacing to 20 pixels. Now go to icon hover. Here set the secondary color to global accent color. So go to this global icon and select this global accent color. Now go to the advanced tab, then set all the padding values to 15 pixels. Set the width to custom, then give it a custom width of 170 pixels, 75 pixels. So let's change this to pixel scale, then write 175. Now scroll down and select this background, then set the background type to classic, and from here set it to global white color. Now scroll down and go to border, then set the border radius all to 30 pixels. So now that we're all done here, let's go back to this container, and remember that we need to put the class name that we deleted from here. So let's right click over it and click on paste. There it is. Now if you hover over it, you'll get this beautiful hover animation. But you guys might be wondering that why can't you see the full picture of our member, right? And this is why you have to trust the process. Because I did all the settings keeping in mind that there's gonna be multiple members in our team. So now let's just simply minimize this member1 container, then right click over it and click on duplicate. So now as you can see that the new containers are coming one after another in a row, but we want it in a column. So for that, let's go back to this member SC container, which is the parent container of our member containers. Then from here, just set the direction to row. There you go. Now let's create two other member containers. So let's right click over this one, then click on duplicate, and then let's do this again. There you go. Now everything finally makes sense, right? Now this was our member1 container, but for this one, we can rename it as our member2 container, and then inside of each container, if we choose this parent container and then go to its style, here you'll see an image. So from here, you can click here and choose the images of other members. So let's select this one, then click on select. See how easy that was? So I'll be back after renaming these containers and putting the member pictures in these other member containers. So now I'm back after putting the member images and renaming these containers, and now this is how our about section or our about page looks. But I think it's still pretty empty and we do need something else to fill up the space of our about us page. Now hey, do you guys remember that we created an about us section in our homepage, which was this one? We can actually just simply right click over here, click on copy, and then take this one, this about us container, and then go to our about us page, and let's just paste it over here. So right click over here, then click on paste. Now let's actually minimize this team members container, and let's drag our about us container over this one. here. So now if we scroll up, this is looking perfect. So first of all, we have our About Us banner, then our About Us section, which gives you a little insight about us. And then if we scroll down, you'll get to know in details about our team members. Now our About Us page is finally looking perfect, so let's update it. And since we already saw that our About Us banner responsive settings was already perfect, and since we copied this one from our home, where we already did the responsive setting of this section, so we don't need to do any responsive setting for this one. But let's just do a little responsive settings for this team members container. So let's go to responsive mode. Now let's do our responsive setting. So let's go to the tab mode. Here first choose this banner container. Now go to its advanced tab. Then unlink the padding values. Put the top padding to 180 pixels, right to 20, bottom to 80, and left to 20. Then go inside of this banner container and select the first image. From Style tab, make its width to 90 pixels. Then choose the second image, and from Style tab, make its width to 180 pixels. Then choose the third image, go to Style tab, make this one's width 90 pixels as well, and also go to its advanced tab. Then set its horizontal offset value to 52%. Then vertical offset value to 30 pixels. Now choose the fourth image, go to Style tab, set the width to 200 pixels, go to Advanced tab, set the horizontal offset to 47% and vertical offset to 30 pixels. Now select the fifth picture, go to Style tab and set the width to 220 pixels. Now go to its Advanced tab, set the horizontal offset to 0 pixels, then select the sixth image, go to its Style tab and set the width to 100 pixels. Now go to the mobile portrait, then here choose this banner container, unlink its padding and set the top padding to 150 pixels, right to 20, bottom to 60 and left to 20. Now go and select this fifth picture, then from its Advanced tab, scroll down, go to Responsive and hide it on the mobile portrait. There you go. So we're all done with the responsive of our banner, so let's update it. Close this responsive mode, and actually here we don't need to do any responsive settings for this About Us section because we already did the responsive setting for this one in our home page and we just copied this section from there, right? So we don't need to do anything here. Let's just simply minimize this and open the responsive mode again. Then go to the tab view. Here select this team members container, which is this one. Now just go to its Advanced tab, then unlink the padding values, set the top padding to 80, right to 10, bottom to 80 and left to 10. Then go inside it, choose this image, go to its Advanced tab and set its horizontal offset to 20 pixels, then vertical offset to 100 pixels. Now select this members SC container and turn wrap on. Now go and select this member1 container, go to its layout, then change the width scale to percentage and in this field write 48%. Now let's do the same for these other containers. So go to the second member container, then from layout change the width to 48%. Let's do the same for this one. And we're done. So now the tab responsive is all done. Let's go to our mobile responsive. Here first select this team members container, then go to the Advanced tab and unlink the padding. Now put the top padding to 50, right to 10, bottom to 50 and left to 10. Then select this image and from its Style tab set its width to 80 pixels. Then go to Advanced tab and set the horizontal offset to -20 pixels. then vertical offset to 143. Now select this Member Showcase container, then make all the padding to 0 by unlinking the values. So if we scroll down, there are no paddings here. Then select the Member 1 container. So now everything else looks great. Now close the responsive mode and click on Update. Now since we're done with our About Us page, so let's create our other pages. So first of all, let's go back. Click on this WordPress icon. Now from Pages, let's go to Services. So click on Edit, then Edit with Elementor. Now just like before, from Settings, let's change the page layout to Elementor Full Width. Okay. Now for our banner, we don't have the time to create another banner. So let's just go to the About Us page. Well, this is the front end of our About Us page. If we refresh it, this is what was created. Now we need to go to the back end of this About Us page. So from here, click on Dashboard, then go to Pages and All Pages. Now go inside of About Us and click on Edit with Elementor. Then from here, simply just copy this banner container, this one. So you can copy it from here. Let's right click over it. Click on Copy, then go to our Services page, and here right click over it and click on Paste. Now all we need to do is just simply click on this About Us heading, then change it to Services. And let's also do it for this one. So from here, let's change the text to Services. And just like that, within a minute, our banner is all complete. Wasn't that fun? Now for this Services page, we're actually going to do this copy and paste process for the whole page. We're not going to make any portions of it step by step. Now just go to the home page. Then from here, see this Services section. Simply just right click over this Services container. Click on Copy. Now go back to the Services page. And here in this field, right click and then Paste. Then from here, let's just delete these excess things, which are headings that we don't need. So let's right click over this one, then delete it, then this one, then this one. And since this is a page which is totally dedicated for services, let's add some other services. So for that, don't worry, you won't need to create anything else. Just simply go inside of this services container. Here, select this inner services container. Now right click over it and click on Duplicate. Then choose this services container, which is the parent container of these two inner services container. So let's click on it. Now from here, set its direction to column. There you go. Now you can change the names and icons of these services as well, and you'll have a complete services section for your services page. So I'll be back after putting some other dummy icons and texts. So I'm back after putting some dummy icons and texts. Now in our services section, we also want to put some testimonials so that we can show that people are really happy with our services. And again, for that, just go to the home page, then scroll down, and from here, let's just copy this whole reviews container. Click on Copy, then go to Services page, and in this field, right click and click on Paste. There you go. And just like that, our whole services page creation is complete. That literally only took just 2 minutes, right? Now let's say that inside of your services section, you want people to take your services, and for that, you would want your services section to redirect people to the specific services page, right? For that, you don't need to do much. First of all, let's just open Dashboard. So click on this Preview Changes. Then from this page, just go to jimfadigital.com's dashboard. Then from this page, hover here and then go to Dashboard. Now go to Pages and create another page. So click on Add New Page, and let's say we're gonna name it Web Design. Then click on Publish and publish again. Now let's edit this page with Edit with Elementor. Then make this page layout to Elementor Full Width. Now from here, just click on this Add Template. Then insert template from here. Click on Select File. And from the templates folder that you got from jimfadigital.com, select this servicesingle.json file. Click on Open, and then service single, just click on Insert. Press Apply. Now from here, since we uploaded a completely new page, our page layout went to its default form. So again, go to Settings, and change the page layout to Elementor full width. Then just like before, you can choose any heading and then change its title. So let's say we're gonna write here web design, and let's do the same for this one. So click here, and in this field let's write web design. Now click on update. So this was our single service page. Okay, now if you go to the services page, and let's say you want people to get redirected to this web design page, which is a single service, by clicking on this web design writing, you'll just have to click over this one, and in this link write web design, and you see Elementor will automatically give you a choice of this web design page which you created. So select this page, then click on update. Now let's witness the magic. So if you go to preview changes and go to its front end website, which is currently looking like this, and now if you click on this web design writing here, it will automatically take you to this web design single service page. Cool! And just like this, you can add other services to these other headings, and they will all take you or redirect you to the page of which you give a link in this field. So now we're all done with our services page. So let's close this tab, then go back to our dashboard, and here if you go to pages, then if you open this web design single service page that we created, so inside here you can also customize these things that are here. So you can change the images, you can change these writings, you can change the writing of this text editor and add a video link to here, and you can also customize everything else. So now we're all done here. Let's close this, and then let's create our theme page. So let's click on edit. Now click on edit with Elementor. Here, just like before, from settings, let's just change the page layout to Elementor full width. Now let's go to our about us page, and from here let's just copy this banner container. Now go back to the theme page, then in this field paste the banner container. There you go. And also, just like before, let's just change these headings to theme, since this is our theme page. So click on this one. Now from the title, change it to theme. Then click on this one, and from here change the text to theme. Now just go to the about us page again, and from here scroll down, and remember the theme section that we created. So from here just copy this whole container. So right click over here, then click on copy. Now go back to theme page, and in this field click on paste. There you go. Now we don't want any kind of introduction, we just want our team members' portraits here. So let's just delete these ones, these headings. So right click over it, click on delete, then this one, and then this one. Now I don't want this background image, so I'm going to delete this as well. Right click over it, click on delete, and I want the background to be white. So just click on this team members container, and from its style tab, let's just delete this image and make the background color white color. There you go. Also, if you have more team members, you can just copy this inner container, which is this one. So let's just duplicate it. Now after duplicating this inner container, just go to its parent container, which is the team members container, this one, and here set the direction to column. Now there's too much space here, which I don't want here, so from gaps make all the values to 0. There you go. Now we're all done with our team members section and our team members page. And since we just copied this section from our about us page where we already did the responsive settings, you can check if the responsive setting is doing great. So let's see the tab portrait. See, everything is just perfect here. And now if we go to the mobile portrait, everything is looking perfect here as well. So now let's close our responsive mode, and then here I'll just be back after putting some other member images. So I'm back after changing the images, but if you were just wondering how you could do that and you weren't able to do that by yourself, I'm going to demonstrate that as well for you. So simply just click on any of the containers that hold these images. So let's click on this container which holds the image of this container. Now from its style tab, you see this image here, you can just choose an image from here. So let's choose this one, click on select, and that's how I did it. You can also change the names and other things which we already created in our About Us section, and you already know how to do that, right? So I'm just gonna skip this part and let's update our work. So now we're all done with our theme page, and this is how it's looking, which is perfect. So now let's bring out our control panel, and from here let's go back to WordPress. Click on this WordPress icon, and now let's create our portfolio page. So let's click on edit, then click on edit with Elementor. Now from this settings icon, make the page layout to Elementor full width. Then just like usual, go to the About Us page, and from here let's just copy this banner container. Now go back to portfolio page, and in this field paste the container here. Then let's just change these About Us writings to portfolios. Here let's write portfolio, and then this one. So go inside here, and in this text field write portfolio. Okay, so now we're done with the banner. Now let's create our portfolio section from scratch. So first of all, let's take a container here, choose the flexbox layout, then this direction. Now from its additional options, turn the overflow to hidden, then go to its advanced tab, unlink the padding values. Now make the top padding to 100, right to 10, bottom to 100, and left to 10. Now inside of this one, let's take another container. Also, we don't want to mismatch these containers, so let's rename this container to avoid any kind of confusion. And here I just wrote portfolio container. Then for the container that we just took, go to its advanced tab and give it a z-index value of 1. Now inside of this container, we're gonna put a widget. So here in the widget search bar, search for filterable gallery. Now drag this widget here. Now inside settings, set the items to show number to 9. Then enable this image clickable option. So click here. Let's scroll down so that you can see better. Now go inside of filterable controls. Here set the enable filter to no. Then go to gallery items. Then click on this gallery item name. Then scroll down, and here in the item content, let's just write paid media solution. Now just like this one, you can add your item content name to whatever you like for the other ones, but I just changed this one so that you could see how you can do it. Now again, let's scroll down. Then in this image field, set an image. So let's choose this one. Now if we scroll down, let's just close these ones. And then go to the top, and let's minimize this one by clicking here. And let's just duplicate it from here. So I've just created 9 items so that it could fill up the number that we set in the settings. This one, items to show for 9. And for each one, you can just change the image or your item content name and everything else here, because all of these are customizable. So I'll be back after putting some dummy text and images here. So I'm back after putting some dummy images. Now let's scroll down, and we don't have to do any more settings here. Let's go to the style tab. Then here inside of general, we don't have to do anything, so let's just close it. Now go inside of item. Here set all the margin values to 15 pixels and border radius to 20. Then go inside of mouse over effect and set this background color to, let's give it a custom color. So write 5F3 9FFD1. Then click outside. Now here in padding, first write 20 pixels, then unlink the padding values and only set the top padding to 190 pixels. Then from under title typography, let's change the typography to global text. Then under content typography, go inside of typography, change the family to Ubuntu, size to 22 pixels, weight to 700, and line height to 1.3 em. Now go back, and we're all done here. Now let's just do a little bit of settings in the responsive mode. So go to the tab view first. Here select this portfolio container, then go to its advanced tab and unlink the padding values. Then set the top padding to 80, right to 10, bottom to 80, and left to 10. So we're all done here. Now let's go to the mobile view. Then unlink the padding from Advanced tab. Set the top padding to 50, right to 10, bottom to 50, and left to 10 as well. Now go and choose this filterable gallery widget. Here go to Style tab and go inside of Items. Here unlink the margin values, then set the top margin to 15 and bottom margin to 15. Now let's save our work, and this is how everything is looking. So if we close this responsive mode, everything is perfect. Now let's say that this is your whole portfolio page, right? And you want each of these images or these gallery items to send your website visitors or redirect them to a single portfolio page. So for that, you'll have to do a similar thing that we did back when we created our services page and single services page. Now in this case, you'll just have to go to the filterable galleries content, then from under full image action, currently it's given lightbox, right? So if you click on any image, only the image will show. But now if you click back, and then if you change the full image action to link, then if you click on any of these images or gallery items, then it will take you to that single portfolio page, which you're gonna link here. So currently if you click over it, see, no images popping up. And to put the link, you will have to go to the gallery items. Then let's say that currently this one is named as Paid Media Solution. So if you go inside of this one, here this is the name, right? And if you scroll down, you'll find this field. And here if you write the name of any of your page, for instance, let's say we created a service page, right? So if you write SER, see? Every page that you create will be shown here. So let's first go and create our single portfolio page and then come back here to add our single portfolio page link in these fields so that they will redirect our website visitors to a single portfolio page. So now just go back to dashboard, and inside here, inside of pages, let's create a new page and let's rename this as our Paid Media Solution page. Now click on Publish, then Publish again. Now click on Edit with Elementor. Now from settings, let's make it Elementor full width. Now for the single portfolio page, you will also find a template. So click on this Add Template, then click here and select File. Now remember this templates folder that you will find in our digitize folder if you download the resources I have used in this video. So from here, just select this single portfolio.json file. Then click on Insert. Click on Apply. And there you go. You have a ready-made single portfolio. So from here, let's again from settings make the page layout to Elementor full width. Then change this portfolio single heading to Paid Media Solutions. Then also change it here. Go inside here, and from here let's change the text. So we're done here, and if you upload this, you can also see that everything inside of this page is also customizable. So you can change these images, you can change these headings and writings and everything else. You can change the queries from here, or if you scroll down, you can also change this FAQ section. So even if you don't like anything in here, you can change it to your liking. Now let's update our work here. Then let's go back to Pages. Here let's duplicate this page. So click on this EA duplicator, which is actually a plugin that we installed in the beginning of this video. So click here. Now just go inside of this copy, click on this edit, and let's change this title to Search Engine Optimization. Now let's publish this page. Publish it again, and if you view this page, you see you can also change the names from here, but now I'm not going to do that. So let's close this. Now back inside of our portfolio page, if you again go to that link field that I showed you just a couple of minutes ago here, so here let's write Paid Media Solutions. See, you already have that page that we just created. So for this one, we're gonna add the link to that page, which was named as Paid Media Solutions. So select this one. Now let's update our work. Now if you go to the front end of this website by clicking on this preview changes, and then click on this one, this Paid Media Solutions, see how this takes you to that single portfolio page that we just created. And this is how you can access any single portfolio page from portfolio page by simply just adding a link here. So now we're all done with our portfolio and single portfolio page as well. So let's close this. Now go back to WordPress. Now up next we'll be creating our blog page, but let us create some blog posts first. So for that, go to posts here. Now this is where you can create your blog posts. And to create a new blog post, you need to click on this add a new post. So of course you can put a title of your blog post here. I'm just going to write my first blog post. Now after putting the title of your blog post, from here if you go to featured images here and click on it, then you can set an image for your blog post. So let's just click here. Now let me just select this picture, click on set featured image, and you can choose any image that you want, or you could replace it from here. And now this blog post that we created will have this image, this featured image as its thumbnail. Then from category you can set your blog post to any category you like. You can always just create new categories by clicking on this add new category. For now let me just select some categories from here. Let's select blog, analytics and support. And your blog post will be within this category. And of course from this category section you can add all kinds of categories to your blog post. Now let's close this one, and then from tags you can set any tag to your blog post. And then if we scroll down and open discussion, here if you allow comments and allow pingbacks and trackbacks, that would mean you are opening up your blog post for discussions. So your website visitors will also be able to interact with your blog posts. Now I'm pretty much done with the settings of my blog post, so from up here let's just publish it. Click on publish again. So now our first blog post is already published. Now if we click on edit with Elementor, now from here let us just simply add a template. So click on add new template, then click here, click on select file, and here inside the templates folder, this one, you'll find this single blog post.json file. So let's select it. Then from here, click on insert, then apply. There you go. Now from settings, again make the page layout to Elementor full width. Now from here you can always just change the heading or name of your blog post, and from here as well. And the template that we just uploaded is this one. So from here you can also customize all these things. You can always just set the featured image to another one from outside, and then from here you can add some more categories. You can change the writing from here, give a video link to this icon, and you can also see how beautifully our discussion section is also customized. So let's just update it. Now let's go back, then go back again. Now I'm just gonna create some other blog posts and I'll be back. So now I'm back after creating some other blog posts, but now I'm going to create the blog page where we will show our blog posts, okay? So go back to pages now. Then go inside of this blog page, click on edit. Now click on edit with Elementor. Now here first of all let's make the page layout Elementor full width. Then just like before, go to About Us page, and from here let's copy this banner container, go back to the blog page and then paste it here. Let's change these headings to blog. So here write blog. Now from here again let's write blog. So now let's minimize this and let's take a new container. Choose this flexbox layout and select this direction. Then from additional options, set the overflow to hidden. Then go to the advanced tab, unlink the padding values, set the top padding to 100, right to 10, bottom to 30, and left to 10. Also let's rename this container as our blog post archive container. Now go to widgets, then search for post block. Now drag this JKit post block widget over here. Then select this style too. Now inside of Elementor, let's just drag this meta over here. Then from image resolution, make it full. There you go. Now set the number of columns to 3. Then set the title HTML tag to H2. Turn off the enable category because we don't want the category to be shown here. We want the category to be shown inside of our single blog posts. Then scroll down. Here set the excerpt length to 18. Then set the enable comment icon to no. Now scroll down and under here you'll find this metadata icon, so go to icon library, then search for calendar alt. Now let's choose this one, click on insert. There you go, there's the icon that we just set. Now go inside of settings. Here set the number of posts to 6. Now scroll down, and we don't have to do anything else here. So now let's go to Style tab. Here go inside of Post item, then set the column gap to 30. Unlink the margin values, then only set the bottom margin to 50. Now go inside of Thumbnail. Here unlink the margin values and only set the bottom margin to 15. Then go to Thumbnail Container. Here set the image height to 250. Now set all the border radius to 20 pixels. Then go to Content Container. Okay, we don't have to do anything else here. Let's go to Title. Here unlink the margin values, then set the top margin to 5 and bottom margin to 20 pixels. Now under Normal, go inside of Normal Typography, then set its font to Ubuntu, then its size to 22 pixels, weight to 700 and line height to 1.3 em. Now go outside, then go inside of Excerpt. Here set the typography to Global Text. Then go inside of Read More. Here set the typography to Global Accent. Now unlink the padding values, then set the top padding to 13, right to 35, bottom to 13 and left to 35. Then scroll down and from under Normal, set the background type to Classic. Now give it a custom color code. Actually, let's make it completely transparent. Now go back, then set the normal color to Global Accent Color, this one, and normal border radius to 30 pixels, all of them. Then set the border type to None. Now go to Post Meta, then set its typography, change the font family to Ubuntu, size to 14 pixels, line height to 1.6 em. Then go back and change this color to Global Text Color. Now go inside of Author Name Typography. Here again set the font family to Ubuntu, then size to 14 pixels, weight to 500 and line height to 1.6 em. Then go back and set the author name color to Global Accent Color. Now unlink the margin values, then set the top margin to 5 and bottom margin to 10 pixels. Then set the author icon space to 8 and date icon space to 8 as well. Now our Read More button is not looking as good, so let's give it a hover animation. So let's go back to Read More. Here go inside of Hover tab, then set this background type to Gradient. Now set the first color to Global Secondary Color. And let's set the second color to Global Accent Color. Then change the angle to 90 degrees. Now scroll down and set the hover color to Global White Color. So now if you hover over it, there you go. Also, let's remove this arrow, so scroll up and go back to Content. Then scroll down and let's delete this icon from here. Alright. Now let's set our last CSS code, so go back to jimfatdigital.com, then copy this blog post CSS here. So copy this whole code snippet, right click over it, click on copy, then go to footer. And inside of HTML, if we scroll down, left click here, then make some space by pressing enter. Now right click here and click on paste. So now the code snippet is here. Let's just again go back to jimfatdigital.com, then let's copy this class name. So let's copy it. Now go back to blog page, then scroll up and from the advanced tab of this jkit post block, enter the CSS class name here. So now this will get all the CSS that we have put in our footer. Also, as you can see that after the by word, there is no space between by and the author's name. So for that, let's go to Content, and if we scroll down, you'll find this meta author by text. So after this by, just give it a space by pressing on the space bar on your keyboard. There you go. now it's finally complete. Now let's just go to responsive mode. So let's go to the tab view. Then let's select this blog post archive container, and from its advanced tab, unlink its padding values. Then set the top padding to 80, right to 30, bottom to 40, and left to 30. Now choose this post block widget. Then make the number of columns to show to 2. Alright, so we're done with the tablet responsive. Now let's go to the mobile view. Here again, choose this blog post container. Then unlink the padding values and set the top padding to 50, right to 20, bottom to 10, then left to 20. And now for this one, let's go to JKit post block, and here make the number of columns to 1. Okay. So now everything is looking perfect. Let's just close this responsive view and click on update to save our work. Alright, so now our blog page is all complete. But remember that we also created a blog section for our homepage. So now if you go back to our homepage and then scroll down, you see this is going to be our blog section. So here we're just simply going to copy that blog post archive and paste it here. So let's go back to blog page. Then from here, just right click over this post block widget. Then click on copy. Now go back to homepage. And here under this text editor, just simply right click and then click on paste. There you go. Now we don't want too much of space to be covered by this blog archive. So from content, let's scroll down, then go inside of settings, and here just change the number of posts to 3. There you go. Also, if we scroll up, you can't see the navigation menu in our header, and also you can't see our footer. So for that, we need to go to settings and then make the page layout to Elementor full width. See, there's our beautiful header with navigation menu, and then if we scroll down, there's our footer. Now since our footer already has the HTML in it, the HTML codes that we put here in here, so now we don't need to keep the HTML container of our homepage, this one. So let's just click on this X. So now even though we deleted this HTML, if you scroll down, you'll see that we still have all the effects that we put through CSS codes and class names. So now let's update our homepage. And we're all done here. Now let's close our homepage, then go back to our dashboard. Go to WordPress. Now let's finally create our contact page. So just go inside of contact, click on edit. Now click on edit with Elementor. Now let's upload the contact page template that you will be given. So click on here, add template, then click on this icon and click on select file. Now select this contact page.json file, this one. So let's click insert and click on apply. There you go, our already made template for contact page. Now here again our page name is colliding with our header, so let's go to settings and then change the page layout to Elementor full width. There you go. Now if you scroll down, you'll see these two containers. Inside of this container, if you click here, this will be the meta form widget. So from here you can customize your own contact form. And besides that, everything else here is also customizable. You can change these headings, these numbers, these emails, and everything else. So now let's go to this meta form widget and click on edit form. So we're going to create a new form. So let's click on edit. Now here inside of the meta form widget, first of all take a container, choose the flexbox layout, then this direction, the column direction. Now from here we don't have to change anything. So let's go to widgets. Now drag this text widget inside here. Then in the label field, let's write your name. Then go to the style tab and set the color to global text color, this one. Then go inside of typography, change the font family to Ubuntu, size to 16 pixels, weight to 400, line height to 1.6 em. Now go back. Here unlink the margin values and only set the bottom margin to 10. Now go inside of input, then unlink the padding and set the top padding to 13, right to 20, bottom to 13 and left to 20. Now under the normal tab, change the input color to global primary color, this one, then background type to classic. Now set the color to global white color, then scroll down and set the border type to solid. Then make all the border width to 1 pixels. Now go inside of border color and give it a custom color code of E4E1FF. Now go back, then go under the hover tab. Here let's make the border type to solid, then all the border width to 1 pixels and border color to global accent color, which is this one. Now go to the focus tab. Here again set the border type to solid and border width to 1 pixel, all of them. Then here set the typography to global text and border radius to 8 pixels. Now go inside of the placeholder drop-down. Here set the typography to global text. Then give it a custom color code of 3A3A3A9E. Now go back. So now we're all done with the name field. Let's drag another widget which is going to be for email. So let's drag this one under here. Then in the label let's just write email address. Then just simply copy the settings that we have done in this field and then paste it to this field. So let's right click over it or here, then click on copy, then right click over here and click on paste style. There you go. No need to create every section manually. Now let's scroll down and let's drag this text area widget under here. Then in the label field let's write how can we help you. Then again just copy and paste the style from here to this one. So first let's click here, then let's go to its style tab. Then inside of input let's just give it a bigger height. So in the height field let's write 195. Alright, now go to widgets again. Then let's just drag this submit button under here. Now in the label let's write submit now. Then set the button alignment to justified. Then go to the style tab and here unlink the padding. Then set the top padding to 14 and bottom padding to 14. Now set the typography to global accent, this one. Then here let's set the background type to gradient. Now set the color to global secondary color. Then scroll down and set the second color to global accent color. Now let's make the angle to 90 degrees. Then from under hover tab, again set the background type to gradient, then the first color to global accent color and second color to global secondary color, then angle to 90 degrees. So now if you hover over it, the color will change like this. How cool! Now go to the border drop down. Here set all the border radius to 8 pixels. Then go inside of shadow and let's click on this pencil icon. Then make the shadow color from here to totally transparent. Okay. Now go to the advanced tab, then unlink the margin and only set the top margin to 10. And we're all done with our customized contact form. So now anyone can contact you through this contact form. So let's update our work. Then click here and update and close. There it is. See how beautiful it's looking? Now let's update our whole page from here. So now that we're done with our contact form, let's go to the front end of our website. So from here, let's preview changes. Now here you can see that the contact form is perfectly interactive. So for example, now if any person or any website visitors come to your page and they want any kind of service from you, then in this name field, they can just write their name. Let's just say their name is XYZ and their email is xyz@gmail.com. And let's say they want to hold a meeting with you. Now if they submit this whole form by clicking on submit now, as you can see that the form was submitted successfully. So now if we go back to our dashboard, then go inside this mid form, then go inside of entries. So you see this is the form that we just submitted. So if you click on view, see? Every entry about the form is right here. So now if anyone wants to contact you through your home page and they submit a form, then just like this, you can come to mid form and under mid form, inside of entries, you'll find the entries that were entered by your website visitors. And just like that, people will be able to contact you through your contact page and especially the contact form. So now since we're all done with our contact page as well, now I want to show you something really interesting. So now if we go to any page of our website, like the back end of our website, we have a site logo in our header, right? And this header was uploaded through the free template kit that you will find in gymfadigital.com. But let's say you want to create a customized logo for your header of your website. Then you can do that as well. So now I'm going to show you how you can make a custom logo for your website from scratch. And I will also be using a completely free tool and the easiest way to do it. And after creating the logo, I will also be showing you how you can create a favicon for your website. So let's go and create our logo. And then after that, I will also be showing you how you can input a favicon of your website. Now, if you don't know what a favicon is, well, favicon is the image which is shown with your site title on the browser tab, like this one. So currently our website has no favicon, as you can see that this default globe icon that it is getting, it's not a custom favicon. But now let's say if we go to gymfadigital.com, you can see that gymfadigital.com also has a favicon of their own. And just like this, usually every professional website has a favicon of their own. So now for our website to look more professional and official, we also want a favicon for our website, right? So before the favicon, let's just go and create our logo first. So to make a logo of your own for free, come to this logomaker.com, and then from their homepage you can just click on Start My Design. Then choose this blank canvas. Let's create a new design. Then go and click on this text widget. And now here you can just type whatever you want as your site logo. So I'm just going to type digitize since that's the name of our website. Then from here you can choose any kind of font family. You can choose this one or any other one that you like. Then from here you can pick any color you want. You can play with all these colors and make a logo of your liking. So just like this, from here you can use all these features and options and widgets to make your own logo from logomaker.com completely for free. Then from here you can just click on this save. Then here it says download low resolution PNG file, and since it's a free logo maker website, so we're just going to download the low resolution PNG file from here. So let's click here. Then you can just put your email here and you will receive the logo in a PNG file format. So I'm going to put my email here. Then after accepting the terms, if you click on send file to email, then as you can see that your created logo was sent to your email. And just like this, you can create any kind of logo for your website super easily and also for free. Now if we check our email, you can see that our free logo has been sent to us. So from here you can just click on this download free file. And there you go, your logo is all yours to use. Now you might be wondering how you can put your logo in your header, right? For that, simply just go to the dashboard of your website. So let's go here, then go back to dashboard. Then click on this WordPress icon. Now hover on Elements Kit and then click on Header Footer. Then let's go inside of header, so click on Edit with Elementor. So you see currently we have this logo here, this one. But from this choose option you can put any other logo that you want which you have created. It can't get any easier than that, right? So this was our logo. Now as for our favicon, let's just go back to the dashboard again. Click on Exit. Then from under Appearance, go to Customize, and here if you go and click on Site Identity, you see this Select Site Icon option. If you click on this, from here you can choose any image as your favicon. So now since I have already created a favicon, so I'm just going to use that one. But if you want to customize and create your own favicon, then you can do the same as we did for our logo. So go to Logo Maker and then create your own favicon. But for now, I'm just going to choose this one that I have already created. So click on Select. And it's already perfectly cropped. So click on Crop Image. And there you go. As you can see that up until now, we had a default favicon for our website. But currently, we have a custom-made favicon. Now since we didn't refresh our other pages yet, as you can see that our other pages still have the default favicon. But this one has our custom favicon. So now let's publish it. Then if we go to any page of our website, so now let's refresh it. You see, there's our favicon. Isn't it amazing? So now we're finally done with everything of our website. So let's close these tabs that we don't need anymore. Also let's close this one and close this one as well. And here hover over Gymfad Digital, then click on Visit Site, which will take you to the front end of our website. So from here you can see that we have our beautiful header, with navigation menus and a contact button. We have our home page, then About Us page, and inside of About Us we have our team page and portfolio page. Then we have our services page, contact page and blog page. Now inside of our home page we have this beautiful banner section. Then our About Us section, we have this interactive button. Then our dynamic counters, our services section, and if we scroll down we have our testimonials and reviews. Now if we scroll down further below, we also have our blog posts in our home page. And in the end, of course, we have our footer, which also has the HTML code snippets in it, but it's not visible in the front end, as I said earlier. So now let's scroll up and let's go to our About Us page. So this is our beautiful About Us page and our team members section in our About Us page. Then inside of our About Us page we also have our solo subpage named Team page. Here we have our team members. Then we have these beautiful hover effects, and also inside of About Us we also have our portfolio. And then if we click on this portfolio, it will take us to a single portfolio page. How cool! Also now if we go to our services page, we have the services section, and if we click on any of these, it will take us to our single service page. Then we have our contact page, and here of course we have our beautiful contact form through which people can contact us and submit their requests. And if we go up, finally we have our blog page, and inside of our blog page we have these blogs, and if we click on any of these posts, it will take us to a single blog post. How cool! And we have also turned on discussions, so from this section people can also post comments on our blog posts. Isn't it amazing how we have created this whole website from scratch all by ourselves? So now let's go back to our home page. Alright, so we've completed our amazing digital marketing agency website design. Now go ahead and create your own professional digital marketing agency website. I wish you all the best. I have just one request. Please comment down below about the learning experience from this video. Also, please share this video on social media. It would mean the world to me. I'll see you in the next video. For now, goodbye.